for Japan's foreign politics. And actually, of course, he was former prime minister, so his influence to politics, his influence was very limited to Japanese politics. But so many people trusted him, and so many people expected his he worked more, take more important role. Thank you.
Mr. Isomura, just stay on with me. I'd also like to bring in Gaurav Sawant on this broadcast. He'd like to ask a few questions to you as well. Gaurav?
Mm-hmm. So, when you look at Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's contribution to Japan, what would you recall the most at this point of time? Abenomics was something that he stood for, making Japan militarily stronger, economically stronger, standing up to China. What would his single largest contribution be?
Actually, the Japanese foreign policy not rely on Shinzo Abe, but he was one of the leader Japanese foreign politics, and he was a good advisor to Prime Minister Kishida today, and but the relationship, the area of Northeast Asia is very complicated area because of the three military powers and the three economic powers. Military powers means China, Russia, and the United States, and economic power means the U.S., China, and Japan. So very complicated area, and we needed Shinzo Abe for. In this situation, he had to take a more important role.
Mr. Isomura, there'll be many highs from Shinzo Abe's political career that all of us will discuss about. But something that you touched upon initially that I'd like to bring the focus back on is Indo-Japan ties. And many were of the opinion that it transformed under Shinzo Abe's leadership. What was it about him that, and what was it? You're a former advisor to Shinzo Abe. Did you ever get a sense of why he believed that there was a need to, kind of dig deeper when it comes to Indo-Japan ties?
Actually, India-Japan relation is very important, and because of the Indo-Pacific strategy, and also they called Quad, Indo-Japan, US, and Australia, Quad. Of course, India's position is very sensitive because of your relationship with Russia is very deep. But India has a long history, has the longest history in the world, actually. And actually, it's very important country, and because of the between India and Japan, there are ASEAN countries, 10 ASEAN countries, and we have to consider how to support them, and so Japan and India should be a very good partner for.
Mr. Isomura, my apologies, sir, for interrupting you there. Okay. We're just cutting across live now to a briefing by some of the doctors who treated Shinzo Abe.
Medical University Hospital. Originally, the plan was that the news conference will begin at 6 p.m. It's already 10 past 6. And in this room, there is the head of the hospital and professor in charge of emergency medicine. And reporters are here waiting for the news conference to begin.
会見の開始までまだ時間があるようなんですが、
It seems that we still have some more time.
容疑者に関してもその
About the suspect, I think you have a number of pieces of information in regards to the suspect. He is a former member of the Maritime Self-Defense Force. He was at the Defense Force around 2005. Well, up until 2005, he was a member of the Maritime Self-Defense Force. Yes.
もう間もなく会見が始まると思われます
I
が、
think the news conference will start shortly.
左側に病院長、そ
On
し
the
て
left is the head of the hospital, and the right is the professor for
映像
emergency
は安倍
medicine.
元総理大臣が搬送され
And
た
this is the
奈良県
hospital
橿原
where
市にある
former Prime
奈良
Minister
県
Abe
立
was
医科大
brought
学
to
附属
after
病
he
院
was
です
shot at
この後
the
安倍元総理大臣が搬送された
Yamato
時の様子
Saidaiji station in Nara.
容体の経過
His condition when brought here and the treatment that was given to him will probably be announced by the
会場での準備ができ
physicians.
次第
And
会見
once
が始まるものと
the
みられます
preparation is complete, the news conference is to begin.
藪内さん、改めてになりますけれども、
Mr. Yabuchi,
銃撃された安倍元総理大臣ですが、
Mr.
消防
Abe,
などの情報で
when he was shot,
これまでの容体についていくつか
according to the first responders, what was his condition like? Well, at the point in time when he was brought to this hospital, it said that he was conscious. But then, according to the fire department, it believed that he was shot in the right neck, and due to bleeding, he lost consciousness after arriving at the
ど
hospital.
のような手当てが
We will hear the treatment that was given to
ここで
Mr.
一つ情報
Abe.
がありましたが、
And we have
容疑者に関する
information
情
now
報です
about the
複数
suspect.
の防衛省関係者によりますと、
According to a multiple
山上容疑
number
者は
of SDF
2002
members,
から2005年まで
from
の3
2002 to 2005
海
for
上自
3
衛隊の
years,
広島県呉地区の部隊で勤務していたということ
Yamagami
です
Tetsuya, the suspect, is said to have worked for Kure
山上容疑者は
base of the Maritime Self-Defense Force. From 2002 to 2005, it is said that he belonged to the Kure force at Hiroshima of the Self-Defense Force.
はい、それでは時刻の方少し過ぎておりますので、
We would like to begin the press conference
元首相に関する奈良県立医科大学附属病院の記者会
from the
見
Nara Medical University Hospital.
私は進行を務めます、法人企画
Serving as a moderator
よろしくお願いいたします。本日会見いたしますのは、吉川公彦附属病院長、
Ichika Kimihiko, the director,
島
and Fukushima
秀忠、
Hidetada,
救急診療科、
responsible for emergency treatment.
お二人になります。
These two doctors will conduct the press conference. First of all, we'd like to turn to Dr. Fukushima.
はい、それでは私、福島の方からお伝えさせていただきます。
Dr. Fukushima now speaks
安倍晋三氏ですが、
on the condition of former Prime Minister Abe. He has been transferred to hospital 12:20. On arrival, he has had no vital signs,
蘇生処置をいたしましたが、
and we conduct resuscitation measures. However, unfortunately, 3 past 5 p.m.,
来られた際に
he has passed away.
2箇所の銃創がありまして、
And there have been gun wounds in 2 locations in the neck,
間の損傷を
and there have also been subcutaneous hemorrhage that has been observed.
引き続き大量血を行いましたけれども、
And we have conducted blood transfusion. However, unfortunately, we have not been able to sustain his life.
附属病院からの説明は以上になりますが、
And that will conclude the explanation. We would like to receive questions from the media.
マイクが、お席の参ります。
A microphone will be delivered from Mainichi Shimbun. Can you please once again explain the exact timing by which he has been determined to have passed away?
午後5時3分です。
It was 3 past 5 p.m. that he passed away.
他にございますか。はい。それでは今から向こうの方、はい。向こうで手が出てる方。
And there is another gentleman. The gun wounds, how serious were the gun wounds and in what area? And please indicate the name of the press. From Yomiuri Shimbun. I would like to inquire about the wounds. And what area, which side of the neck? At the center and somewhat to the right. These were where the gun wounds were found. And the lesions were very small. Any other questions? We will deliver the microphone. Please kindly wait.
We have been
covering a press conference for Nara Medical University. We understand that he is subjected to a gunshot. How deep were the wounds? Please understand that the gun has penetrated the heart. NHK Azuchi, you have spent 4.5 hours on treatment. When he was carried into the hospital, was the condition extremely serious? Yes. At the point of transport to the hospital, there were no vital signs. And the doctor has also transported him, and during that time, there were no vital signs as well. What were the chances of survival at that point in time? It was extremely serious, and grave conditions. It was very grave. Thank you very much.
Well, I think he was shot from a close distance. But looking at the wound, do you think that there was a strong intention to kill him? Well, I've just seen the wound, so I cannot make any judgment. Sorry. Anything else? Onda from ABC Television. The 4.5 hours while you were giving him treatment, what kind of treatment was being given? Basically, we tried to stop the bleeding and also conduct blood transfusion. Anything else? Person over there. Horie from Yamazaki Broadcasting. You say that you conducted a massive blood transfusion. But what is the volume of blood? A large amount, that is all. So it's more than 100 units. I cannot give you the amount in milliliters. Asahi Shimbun? About the family. Have you already given an explanation to the family members? Yes, we did. Thank you. Please use the microphone up front. Chunichi Shimbun, you said that you explained to the family. How did they react? Can you explain about what it was like, his wife especially? Well, I just communicated the health condition and the treatment that was given. That is all. I cannot give you any other details. Anything else? Asahi Shimbun? Were the bullets inside his body during the operation, surgery? We could not confirm the bullet. I think that we might find out later, but during the surgery we were not able to find the bullet or bullets. Then the person up front. NHK Fujita. There were 2 shots. We hear. Of the 2, which do you think was the critical one that took his life? I cannot judge. I only know that there were 2 wounds believed to be bullet wounds. And because the wound reached the heart was damaged, causing bleeding. That is all I can say. Anything else?
We understand that there were 2 gun wounds. Were they in the neck or were they at the chest? They were at the neck. There were 2 gun wounds found in the neck. That is right. However, you have indicated that they reached the heart. Yes, in terms of direction from the neck, it had reached the heart. Any other questions? Mainichi Hoso Nojima. For confirmation's sake, there were 2 wounds in the neck. However, in the chest, in the artery, there were wounds in the chest and also heart. Is that correct? Yes. When you say neck, exactly where would it be? Right here. It's the base of the neck, 2 locations. And when you say the heart, where would that be? There is a vessel, the blood vein, rather, that connects from the neck. And we understand that surgical treatment was conducted. What kind of surgical treatment was conducted? If you could kindly explain in layman's terms. Basically, we need to identify where the hemorrhage was conducted, and therefore we need to conduct an open surgery, and therefore this is a surgical treatment. To identify where the hemorrhage is being conducted and a treatment in order to stop the hemorrhage. Any other questions? NHK? The factor leading to death is attributed to bleeding. Is that correct? Yes, it can be expressed as death from bleeding. And you have mentioned that the bullet reached the heart. And were there any damages to the organ? The damage to the heart was serious. And we say wound or damage. How would you explain this? There is a wide gaping hole in the heart. This is attributed to the gun wound. Compared to other wounds, is there something that is particularly pronounced? There has not been a comparison that has been conducted, but gun wounds, for the most part, create a larger wound. Any other questions? From Chunichi Shimbun, Okaya. He has penetrated the internal organs of the heart, but there were 2 wounds in the neck. But you have also mentioned you were not able to detect the bullet. And how about on the backside of the heart? Were there any wounds that were detected? There were wounds in the shoulder area, and we believe that therefore the bullet has penetrated to that extent. So it has penetrated in one location. And as for the other wound, were not able to detect a wound that has been caused by penetration of the bullet. And you have not been able to identify or detect the bullets. That is correct. Any other questions? Oshimoto is my name. After the family members arrived, I believe it was about after 5 p.m. that they had arrived. But when they arrived, the former Prime Minister had already passed away. Is that correct? Since the transferal to the hospital, no vital signs had been detected. Any other questions? Go ahead. My name is Ota. You explained about the wound, the 2 wounds. Were they in close proximity? Where were they located specifically? Basically, there were 2 in the proximity, about 5 centimeters apart. Thank you. Any other questions? Yomiuri TV? Any related question? After his wife, Akie, arrived, I would like to inquire as to the condition of former Prime Minister Abe. As I have indicated, the same explanation has been offered to Madam Akie regarding the cardiopulmonary arrest. That is correct.
Yomiuri Shimbun newspaper. About the treatment, you said that you conducted blood transfusion. Was it that you failed to stop the bleeding and he died? Well, there were some areas in which we were able to stop the hemorrhage, but because of the large volume of hemorrhage, and it was difficult to carry out or realize coagulation of the blood, and because of the large amount of hemorrhage, it was not possible for us to totally stop the bleeding. But we were able to manage to stop the bleeding in the large blood vessels, but unfortunately he died. Anything else? Mainichi Hoso. I believe that the first responders conducted AED, automated external defibrillator. Do you think that was proper? Well, I don't know what happened before he arrived at this hospital, so I cannot say anything for sure. Thank you. Another? If he was shot in the heart, in order to resuscitate, is it proper to use AED? Yes, I believe so. Anything else? Person in the middle? Matsuda? It's according to the news, he was in the ICU, intensive care unit. So what treatment was given to him? No, he was not taken to the ICU. Anything else? Over there? At the site of the shooting, do you think that he was lost vital signs? Well, all I can say that is that he fell into a cardiopulmonary arrest state at the scene of the crime. So can we say that he was gravely injured, died at the scene of the crime? Well, it might be that people will interpret that way, but we...
So that's the live briefing by the doctors who treated former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe at the Nara Medical University. And they've confirmed that he died due to 2 bullet shot wounds, one in his neck, low to his neck, the other closer to his heart in the chest. Excessive bleeding, which they couldn't control. He was already unconscious when he was brought into the hospital and was declared dead at 5:03 p.m. Japan time. Let me take this across to Tim Hornick, who's joining us live from Tokyo. He's a journalist based currently in Tokyo. Tim, the news, of course, is still sinking in. A lot of questions that people still have. I'm sure it's heartbreaking for the citizens of Japan right now that Shinzo Abe is no more, wherever you stand in the political spectrum. You know, the question that everyone will be asking right now is why? Why did this happen?
Yes, indeed. That's what everyone wants to know after the shock of the events today and the passing of former Prime Minister Abe settles in. What we know so far is pretty sketchy. The suspect seems to be making nonsensical statements that seem to contradict each other. At one point, he apparently said that he had a beef or some kind of dissatisfaction with the former Prime Minister. Later, apparently, he said that it wasn't a political issue and that he was trying to aim for the leader or an executive of a religious group who was not even at the scene. So one wonders about this man's mental state right now, and I think Japanese investigators are working hard to understand that.
Yeah, and you know, as you pointed out, there are some statements that have been emerging of what he's told the police so far. But here's a man, 41-year-old local, Tim. He belonged to the Nara city, stepped out, saw this rally happening, but it wasn't a spur of the moment decision. He was equipped. He had this handgun with him, this shotgun with him. Reportedly, at least from the information we gather right now, it was handmade as well. So this was a local who targeted him. Why? We don't know. But there is, of course, a lot of speculation on that. There's no doubt at this point, Tim, that we all have a lot of questions on the circumstances that led to Shinzo Abe's shooting and his subsequent death, unfortunately, as well. But this is an assassination that no doubt will rock Japan for years to come, because Japan has seen nothing quite like this.
That's right. There have been political incidents of political violence in Japan in the past. The mayor of Nagasaki was gunned down in 2007. Another political leader was stabbed to death in 1960. But generally speaking, in the post-war period, political violence has been rare. In the pre-war period, in the 1920s and 30s, it was a lot more common to have prime ministers attacked, even assassinated. If you go to Tokyo Station today, you can see 2 markers on the floor where such events happened. So post-war Japanese, modern Japanese are still trying to figure out how this could happen. And I'm sure the security situation and the security arrangements for politicians are being reviewed everywhere.
Very true, and particularly in Japan, because if you look at this particular incident, and there have been questions, Tim, that have been raised since this came to light, and all of the multiple videos that have been doing the rounds about the security detail for Mr. Abe, someone who's served as the Prime Minister of the country. But do you think there was really something of particular concern that requires an inquiry, or was it just that that's how Japan is as a culture, was considered to be very safe, and, you know, security detail for politicians was always at a minimum?
Well, that's right. As you know, the gun laws here in Japan are very strict. To obtain a gun, you have to go through a long process that is difficult, and not too many people want to try to obtain guns here in Japan. And so maybe for that reason, the security arrangements around politicians and some figures is rather light. On the one hand, that makes them approachable. When they're around stumping and giving election speeches, you can approach them and talk with them, maybe shake their hand, that sort of thing. But so when something like this happens just out of the blue, when someone uses what seems to be a homemade firearm to carry out a killing like this, it's stunning.
Truly, we're still processing a lot of the information that's coming in right now with regards to the person who did it, the shooter, the assassin here, and why he did it. And if I bring that back to focus, Tim, and particularly, some of the political decisions that were taken by Shinzo Abe, he was considered to be popular. Yes, there were some moments in his political career when some of his decisions were deemed to be controversial or perhaps unpopular, but nothing that anyone would have declared could lead to this.
That's right. It's pure speculation, of course, but former Prime Minister Abe always seemed to be a champion of Japan's military. He was pushing to have Japan's post-war constitution revised, to have the self-defense forces officially recognized in the constitution. So just speculating that this suspect was part of what is Japan's Navy more than 15 years ago, 20 years ago, it's odd to imagine that he had some kind of beef related to those things. Maybe he had a complaint due to something else. And Prime Minister Abe, of course, saw his share of controversy. For example, in the COVID pandemic, he was criticized for his measures to try to contain the infections. So it's really hard to imagine what this person had in mind when he decided to shoot former Prime Minister Abe.
When you look at the kind of details that are emerging, and when it first broke, the news of Shinzo Abe being shot at him, there was speculation that perhaps this was an outsider who did it. So it did come with a great amount of shock that this was a local. This was someone who lived in Nara city, a 41-year-old who decided to shoot at Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. And what do you think this will really mean for Japan going forward?
Well, going forward, we have an upper house election in a few days. And I expect that the Liberal Democratic Party will perhaps gain some support at the polls from this incident. Japan will probably take a good look at the safety of society here. We've had other incidents in which random people have been attacked by people with mental issues. And that's we've seen some reaction to that with, for example, staff at railway companies trying to train in order to better deal with these kinds of incidents. So in Japan, sometimes it seems like we live in a sort of safety bubble with very few firearms. And incidents like this can really burst your bubble in a way to when you realize that violence is just around the corner.
Very true. And, this is happening in a country, as Tim pointed out, that's got extremely strict gun control laws. And yet you have a man, a 41-year-old, who, it seems at least, going by the preliminary information we have, made this weapon at home and then went ahead and shot the former Prime Minister in broad daylight in full public view when he was speaking, literally mid-sentence, shot at him twice and tragically has killed him. Tim, I request you to stay on with me. I'd like to also bring in Christian Martini Grimaldi, who's been reporting for us for the last many hours from the Nara city, from where this attack had happened and from where Shinzo Abe was assassinated. Christian, just show us what's happening around you. I'm sure there are many locals who've now gathered there, to pay their tribute, to pay their condolences to Shinzo Abe. Apologies. We'll just reconnect with Christian there. He's having a bit of a problem with his audio connection. So we will fix that and get Christian to get us that live report. You can see around him, he's showing us with his camera the number of people who've gathered. There's, of course, for obvious reasons, a lot of security that's also deployed at that particular spot. But this incident has shocked the entire world. And let me bring in Tim back on this broadcast. Tim, you talk about the legacy of Shinzo Abe. For us here in India, of course, it's going to be somewhat personal, this loss, because we've always felt that among many of the world leaders, Shinzo Abe had this direct, rather personal connect with India and with Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well, which is what's prompted Prime Minister Modi to also announce a one-day national mourning here in the country for the passing of Shinzo Abe. But you speak about the legacy of Mr. Abe and what he's left behind, really, what people will talk about during his tenure as Prime Minister in Japan.
Well, certainly Abe was one of the most significant prime ministers in the post-war period. He's the longest-serving prime minister in Japanese history, with an 8-year term, his second term. He did that despite battling health issues, which forced him to step down, both from his first in 2006-07 and his second term, 2020. He was a nationalist who tried to reassert Japan's role on the world stage, economically and otherwise. He is probably going to be remembered for many things, but one of them will be Abenomics, the economic policies that he advocated, including fiscal policies, opening up the country to more and more tourism, and liberalizing the economy and promoting innovation to try to stimulate the economy. As you know, the population here in Japan is in decline. That means that the working force is shrinking, and it's harder and harder for the country to compete when there's not much immigration in Japan. So Abe tried to turn that around with his Abenomics policies and had some success doing that.
True, and you know, there'll be many who'll be talking about the legacy that Shinzo Abe has left behind. We saw, of course, Prime Minister Kishida earlier when he was also speaking and interacting to the media. This was back when he had confirmed that Shinzo Abe was in a critical condition. He did get rather emotional, Tim, and of course for the entire party, for the LDP, this is going to be a moment they'll never forget, perhaps a turning point for them as well as a party.
That's right. I think that the LDP will continue their very dominant position in Japanese politics. They have been the dominant party for the post-war period. They've only been out of power here briefly and struck alliances with other groups to maintain their dominant position. So I think that will be that's not in jeopardy at all here. What will come will be a re-examination of how politicians interact with the public. What caused this? Again, that's all speculation right now. But certainly the way the politicians meet and greet the public and go out and carry out their electioneering is something that will be re-examined for sure.
That's very, very true. And here in India, you know, the first thing that happened when we started broadcasting this news is so many questions about how a former prime minister could be mingling so easily with the crowd, because it's unheard of here in India. But that perhaps is what Japan's culture was all about, which could just change now with this particular incident. Tim, stay on with me. I'm going to attempt again to connect with Christian Martini Grimaldi, who's joining us live from Nara city, from the spot where Shinzo Abe was assassinated. Christian, I hope you can hear me. If you could show us around what's happening, because, you know, the last we connected with you, you showed us how locals were starting to gather in large numbers there after the news of Abe's demise broke.
Yes. We're actually here now. There are been coming up some testimony of the shooting, and we can actually see him, a guy who's as I told you, many of the people, like they really liked Abe, and they were participating in some of his other speeches. And as a matter of fact, there's a whole young guys who have been doing this, which again is quite unusual for Japanese, young Japanese to be following a politician. But Abe was a sort of a character who could actually have a following from young people. And as a matter of fact, like no matter what political affiliation you had. Abe was a political figure that made Japan feel strong. That's the bottom line. And we knew that, people knew that. And then after Abe was gone, they realized the big loss with the very, very weak government that they've been having since then. And at this point, you know, there's going to be a long mourning. And now that people come already and put flowers, I can show you right here, they already put flowers. And as I was about to say, like, I wouldn't be surprised if Japanese start putting here drinks and other stuff, which is usual when situations like this happen, like usually a suicides happen, that people come and right away put some flowers. So you got people here coming and praying already for Shinzo Abe. And so this is a really, really sad moment for Japanese. And you have somebody from the political party already made in a statement, but you know, this is really interesting to see what the regular people, regular folks come and do here. See this other salary man, he just stopped here and give a pray. He just stopped and give a pray. I mean, these are people usually that are not, have no interest in politics. And these are people who have really no whatsoever. They don't talk about politics, but you know, something like this tragic happens, and they all stand united, and they in silence, they mourn, you know, and they think about what happened. You have a lonely high school girl here next to the site, and she's also like messaging somebody. So yeah, this is a situation at the moment here. You can see it.
Christian is reporting for us from the site where the attack took place, where the assassination happened. You see locals gathering there, very spontaneously offering their prayers, offering their condolences. And in a small tribute also for the former Prime Minister, you can see wreaths, flowers are all laid on the road. This is where the attack happened. Christian, if possible, I know that there are a lot of people who've gathered there. If you could speak to some of the people, because we'd also like to know what former Prime Minister Abe meant to them. I'm sure they're all shocked by what's happened in the last few hours.
Well, yeah, for sure. I mean, Abe is the Prime Minister dressed up like Mario Bros, to announce the now, gone Olympics, which, were cursed by the COVID, as we know. But when that happened, it was 4 years, 5 years before that, because 1 year was extended to the Olympics. I think it was in Brazil, you had announced that. People found it really, really entertaining, really funny to see their president, their prime minister dressed up in a cartoon character, basically. And that's something that usually politicians wouldn't do. You wouldn't even expect from Abe doing something like that, but he did it, and that stays with the people. That represents their country. They're very proud of their country. And Abe, more than any other presidents, for sure, the reason here is he had that persona, he had that personality. He would be there on those meetings. In the G7 or G20 meetings, that you would see he had you would recognize him right away. He was a symbol. He was a symbol of the nation, and no matter how bad press he had, bad liberal press he definitely had, but he was definitely a unifier. He was a unifier whatsoever in his effort to get back the northern territories from Russia that he worked on for years and years and years, and now those talks are off, and they're never going to see back their northern territories anymore. And but even for other efforts, even concerning trying to put women in the workforce, like somebody mentioned previously, even though he didn't work very well for the average salary, because they have average salary. They got twice the people in the workforce, and then the average salary gets half. It's a mere economics. And so, but Abe at least tried to make an effort, and he wasn't really, what would you say, sold off in terms of what's coming big from the West in terms of liberal influences, like you see now. Like,
you brought up an important point also, Christian. Just stay on with me. We're going to keep coming across to you for your reports. I want to bring in Tim Hornick also on this. And Tim, a lot has been spoken about what Shinzo Abe stood for. One of the aspects, or which, of course, something that irked China rather, was that Shinzo Abe was very clear as far as his stand on Taiwan was concerned.
Yes, that's right. I think Abe tried to be a pragmatist when it came to the China-Taiwan problem, trying to balance the what is seen as an expansionist policy by the government of China with the needs of the defense needs of Taiwan and the alliance with the United States. So he had a very delicate balancing act to manage, while trying to handle the other foreign policy initiatives, as we just talked about with the Northern Territories and Russia, a dispute that goes all the way back to World War II, when Japan and the Soviet Union were not able to conclude a formal peace treaty after that conflict. So certainly Shinzo Abe tried to push forward his agenda, nationalist one on the foreign policy side, and I think he had mixed success, and he was more successful, I would say, with his efforts to turn around the Japanese economy after decades of stagnation.
And, as you mentioned, Abenomics is something that's now a term that the entire world is familiar with. But for Japan going forward, this particular incident, the assassination of former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, is something that they're never going to forget. I was also reading some data, and the fact that this is so shocking for the people of Japan, Tim, is the fact that this has been the first assassination of a sitting or a former Japanese premier since the day of pre-war militarism in the 1930s. So since then, this is the first such incident of an assassination, and that too in full public view.
That's correct. It would be the first assassination of a prime minister in almost 100 years, as far as I know. There's been other incidents after the war, but not against a prime minister. And we spoke earlier about some of the lighter security arrangements around such figures. I came across former Prime Minister Suga while he was still Prime Minister, just randomly, and he was only surrounded by a handful of security at the time. I also bumped into former Prime Minister Koizumi, and he was very approachable. I don't think he had any security around him at the time, and I was able to chat with him briefly, shake his hand. And so these arrangements are a reflection of the safety that the society here in Japan takes pride in. And I think many Japanese are asking themselves today, after seeing this horrific assassination, is this really the kind of country we live in? Do we live in a country with these kinds of assassinations of political figures? It just seems like a dream. It doesn't seem real.
I think the reality, unfortunately, is sinking in. That it's not about which country we live in. We live in a world, really, where this kind of now gun violence seems to be becoming a slow and harsh reality that we need to come to terms with. Something that you mentioned, Tim, about how you've been able to approach so many leaders in Japan. It's something that many of us can't relate to, because across the world, it's unheard of for any political leader to be going around with such minimal security. But that perhaps explains what happened to Shinzo Abe as well. He had, yes, some security detail. That's how they also managed to nab the suspect here. But there are so many questions about how the suspect managed to get so close to him. And if you look at really the footage that's emerged, he was wandering about for quite some time, waiting to take that shot, waiting for Shinzo Abe to really start speaking, and then fired at him. I'm not sure if you had a chance to listen to the medical bulletin, but they've spoken about Shinzo Abe being shot at twice from behind, one towards the base of the neck and the other in the chest.
That's right. Clearly, the security situation today in Nara was very porous security perimeter. It seems to have happened in a sort of intersection of Nara city, which is a very popular tourist destination, a very laid-back city full of Buddhist temples, not the kind of place you would expect to see violence, political violence on a scale like this. And clearly the suspect was waiting for his chance. He brought along his improvised firearm. Who knows how long ago that was made? Was he a ticking time bomb, just waiting to go off? But what he said so far doesn't shed any light on his motives. And so the only thing we have to go on are these images that we've seen of the scene.
Okay, Tim, as we get all the latest information that's coming in on the story right now, there's of course a lot of focus on the investigation as well. What kind of a high-level inquiry are we really talking about here? We've raised several aspects in our conversation itself about security for political leaders, about a need clearly to review that in view of what's happened with Shinzo Abe. Are those things that already have started moving?
I'm sure this investigation is taking place at the highest levels, obviously by the Nara prefectural police, which Nara is the prefecture in which this attack happened. And I'm sure they are coordinating with all the other relevant authorities. One thing I would point out that the security around sitting prime ministers is quite significant. It's a big deal when they go to and fro in Japan and overseas, of course. Former prime ministers, though, as I mentioned before, I came across Prime Minister Koizumi, a very almost no security that I saw. Today, with the unfortunate events around former Prime Minister Abe. So there seems to be a difference between sitting and former prime ministers in the country here in Japan. It does not seem to be the situation, for example, in the United States, where, as you know, former presidents of the United States have quite a powerful security detail around them, I believe, for the rest of their lives. So this is something that Japan's security authorities are surely reviewing now.
Okay, Tim, I appreciate you joining us here on India Today. We're going to let you go for the moment, but we will keep coming across to you for all those updates that are coming in right now. There's going to be a lot of focus on the investigation. And that one question all of us are asking, why was Shinzo Abe assassinated in the manner that he was by the shooter? Let's round up for you all the big updates, the top developments on the story. The confirmation that tragically came in about 40 minutes back, former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe has passed away. He was shot at during a campaign speech in Nara city. Hospital officials say he had no vital signs when he was brought in. He was already unconscious, and despite many blood transfusions, he could not be saved.
To understand. And another point.
Shinzo Abe is survived by his wife, Aki. She was spotted earlier in the day at the hospital where the former Japanese Prime Minister was rushed to the Nara Medical University. The man who shot at Shinzo Abe and killed him has been identified as 40-year-old Tetsuya Yamagami. Japanese police have confirmed that Yamagami is an ex-maritime self-defense officer. He shot former Prime Minister Abe from behind, reportedly with a shotgun. The assassin is a resident of Nara city. Tetsuya has been charged with attempted murder and is currently being questioned. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has offered his condolences, saying, and I quote, "I'm shocked and saddened beyond words at the tragic demise of one of my dearest friends." India has also declared a one-day national mourning. As the entire world just hours ago was praying for Shinzo Abe, China had shockingly celebrated this assassination. Chinese social media users hailed the assassin as a hero and celebrated the attack on Shinzo Abe. This largely because Abe always took a hard stand on Taiwan and time and again refused to give in to China's pressure during his tenure as Prime Minister. Now, who is the man who shot dead, who's assassinated the former Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe? He's a 41-year-old and he's been taken into custody. He shot at Shinzo Abe twice while Abe was delivering his speech in the city of Nara in western Japan. The suspected shooter was nabbed and taken into custody for shooting at Abe. Police have revealed that the suspect is a 41-year-old. Tetsuya Yamagami is his name. He's a resident, a resident of Nara city, where Shinzo Abe was. Tetsuya Yamagami is a former member of Japan's Maritime Self-Defense Force. That's essentially the equivalent of the Navy. So he was very much trained in using firearms. At this point, police has also confirmed that they've seized a shotgun at the site, which the attacker, the assassin, was apparently holding on to. Tetsuya's home has been raided by cops. Yamagami told investigators that he was dissatisfied with Abe and targeted him with an intention to kill. But at this point, there are very contradictory comments, so there's no clear motive that he's referred to. He's saying he aimed to kill him. He didn't have any problem with his politics, but was dissatisfied with him. What did he mean by that? No one knows. So he's still being questioned right now. Police sources have confirmed that Shinzo Abe was shot from behind with the shotgun.
This is Yamato Saidaiji Station, Westgate in Nara City. It's been nearly 2 hours after the incident. The traffic circle in front of the station is still crowded with people. And police is continuing investigation and examination of the assault. A man in his 20s from Mie Prefecture who watched the development says that he heard 2 gunshot sounds when Abe was making a speech and before he collapsed onto the ground. And he was totally freaked out when he watched that development. That was Yamato Saidaiji Station.
Elections are being held. This is the very foundation of democracy. And such an incident took place. It is barbaric and malicious, and it cannot be tolerated. We will do everything we can. I would like to use the most extreme words available to condemn this act.
So that was a briefing by the Japan Prime Minister before it was confirmed that Shinzo Abe had passed away. Let's get you some of the defining images, horrifying images that's emerged of the attack, the assassination of the former Japanese Prime Minister. Shinzo Abe was shot at in Nara city while he was making a campaign speech. He collapsed as soon as he was shot at. Mid-speech, suddenly 2 shots were fired at him. The shooter, who you see on your screens there, has been identified as 41-year-old Tetsuya Yamagami. He's a former member of Japan's Maritime Self-Defense Force, the equivalent of the Navy, so he knew how to use these firearms. So you can see the moment that he was captured, overpowered by security guards present on ground there. Seconds after he fired at Shinzo Abe, the assassin was apprehended. The gun used to shoot Shinzo Abe has also been recovered. At this point, it's being said that this was a homemade weapon. You can see the black tape that he'd in fact used to hold the entire weapon together. The shooter was also seen lurking around the street just before he shot at Shinzo Abe. So clearly this was planned. You can see him with a sling bag watching and waiting for Shinzo Abe to start speaking. And soon after he was shot at twice, intense efforts were made to save the former Prime Minister of Japan. Shinzo Abe was airlifted out of where the attack had happened for treatment after he was shot at. But unfortunately, he couldn't be revived. So the demise of Shinzo Abe comes as a huge shock for the entire world. And the kind of videos that are emerging of the attack itself, of the assassination, shows how Shinzo Abe was shot from behind. He was speaking and suddenly mid-sentence, the shooter, 41-year-old Tetsuya, pulls out his weapon and shoots at Shinzo Abe twice. Shinzo Abe immediately collapsed to the ground, and the attacker tried to flee. Security personnel there immediately managed to catch him, but Shinzo Abe collapsed with his shirt clearly smeared in blood. Now, the latest communication that also came in from the hospital is that he suffered 2 gunshot wounds, one at the base of his neck, the other in his chest, very close to his heart, and he lost a lot of blood almost immediately. At that spot, the fire department was present. They tried to administer CPR to him, but they confirmed that Shinzo Abe wasn't breathing and that his heartbeat stopped while he was being airlifted to the hospital after the gunshot wounds. And as I mentioned, he was administered CPR right after he fell to the ground after that shooting, but they couldn't revive him. He immediately suffered a cardiac arrest. The kind of videos that have emerged from the spot showed several ambulances, emergency response teams immediately kicking in, trying to rescue the former Japanese Prime Minister. Tetsuya Yamagami, the 41-year-old man who has assassinated the former Prime Minister of Japan, a resident of Nara city, has been arrested. At this point, first he was taken into custody on suspicion of attempted murder. That charge will now change to murder.
He was making his speech, and from behind, a man approached, and we were watching from above. And the first shot was just like a bazooka-like, toy-like gun, and nobody collapsed. He was still, and nothing happened. But with the second shot, we could see gunpowder, and we could see the smoke coming out. It was the same gun, yes. And after the first shot, he kind of went back. And with the second shot, Mr. Abe collapsed. And people were conducting CPR. And many of the people around him were attending to him. What did it look like? He was wearing a gray T-shirt and a khaki color pants, and he was just out of energy. He was just standing. He didn't run away or anything. He was just standing there, and the security police, I think, such people were there to surround him, but he didn't even attempt to run, and he just got arrested.
And Shinzo Abe's assassination has shocked the entire world. He succumbed, unfortunately, to the injuries, the 2 gunshot wounds that he suffered and inflicted after 41-year-old Tetsuya Yamagami shot at him. This happened in the city of Nara. Remember that the shooter is currently in custody of the police, is being questioned about why he targeted and why he assassinated the former Japanese Prime Minister. And so far, his answers have been extremely vague, saying that he was dissatisfied with the former Prime Minister, but at the same time didn't have any problem with him politically. So all of this, of course, has led to a lot of questions of why he targeted the former Prime Minister. But he sent a very clear message that he aimed to kill. Unfortunately, he's been successful in his assassination attempt on the former Prime Minister. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also expressed his grief, condemning Abe's assassination. As a mark of respect, Prime Minister Modi has announced a 1-day national mourning. That's tomorrow, the 9th of July, for former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Reports say that Abe was in a state of cardiac arrest upon arrival in the hospital. He was already unconscious. The hospital is confirmed.
Dr. Fukushima now speaks on the condition of former Prime Minister Abe. He has been transferred to hospital 12:20 on arrival. He has had no vital signs. And we conduct resuscitation measures. However, unfortunately, 5 p.m., he has passed away. There have been gun wounds in 2 locations in the neck, and there have also been subcutaneous hemorrhage that has been observed. And we have conducted blood transfusion. However, unfortunately, we have not been able to sustain his life.
And
that will conclude the explanation.
world is in shock today over what's happened currently in Japan, and we've lost a global leader. Shinzo Abe passing away. Tributes are pouring in. We're going to be tracking very closely all the latest updates on the investigation as we piece together all the videos that have emerged of that horrific shooting, that assassination of the former Japanese Prime Minister. Stay with us here on India Today.
Are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
The UK-Rwanda asylum policy was introduced under the Economic Development Partnership in April this year. The UK-Rwanda asylum policy will be introduced as a pilot project for a period of 5 years. The European Court of Human Rights will hear the legalities involved in the policy next month. What is the need for UK-Rwanda asylum policy? The policy has been introduced as a measure to prevent the loss of life that happened because of dangerous crossings. In 2021, over 28,000 refugees entered the United Kingdom. In 2020, 8,500 people entered the territory in boats. These people took help from human smugglers and illegal traffickers. In fact, one of the prime reasons why Brexit happened is the influx of refugees in the European countries. In 2015, more than 1 million migrants and refugees trespassed the European territory. The United Kingdom is ready to make a payment of £120 million to Rwanda. This would cover the cost of housing and integration of the asylum seekers till their applications are processed. Countries like Australia, Israel, and Denmark have also established such policies. However, they were criticized and opposed for being cruel.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Let's get you the latest reaction coming in from TMC MP Mawa Moitra. Unsurprisingly, she remains defiant. Mawa Moitra has shared a poem by another user on Twitter. Essentially, the message from this poem that she's put on Twitter says the Sanghis who are abusing have nothing in their brain. They don't understand religion. How will they understand goddess Ma Kali, my Kali, your Kali? How will they understand? This tweet was deleted right after. So Mawa Moitra first putting out another poem in her defense and saying that these Sanghis don't understand your and my Ma Kali. And then she's deleted, in fact this tweet was deleted by the user. Mawa Moitra had actually shared this poem. So at this point, the TMC MP trying to get a defense up by sharing this poem, then had to face this moment when the user actually deleted the post. So this is the reaction that's come in from Mawa Moitra. Remember that yesterday too, amid all of these protests and showdown, she tweeted out a poem which she said was from a Twitter user. This time around too, she did the same thing, but the user clearly, as soon as Mawa Moitra shared it, decided to delete the original post, decided to delete the poem. But the information that we have from what the poem originally stated when it was still put up on social media was a message to, in fact, all those who've been questioning her. And her message is essentially that they don't understand my and your Ma Kali. Heat is clearly mounting on Mawa Moitra and her remark on Goddess Kali. While the BJP's hit the streets against the TMC MP's remarks, the clamour for Mamata Banerjee to take action against Mawa is only escalating. Multiple complaints, FIRs have been filed across the country over her remarks. From Bengal to Ranchi, protests were held by the BJP and Hindu groups against Mawa Moitra. The Bengal BJP has demanded that the TMC Supremo dismiss Mawa Moitra from the party. Both Mamata Banerjee and the Trinamool Congress have gone very publicly and categorically distanced themselves from Mawa's comments. But it stopped at that. No action has been taken against her. An FIR and several complaints across the country have been lodged against Mawa Moitra, saying that she's hurt religious sentiments.
In the beginning, we do not approve of our comment. Trinamool Congress has respect for all religions. Trinamool Congress does not want to get into any religious controversy, and that is party statement in all religious matters.
हिंदुओं के भावनाओं से खिलवाड़ हो रहा है। देखिए, कहीं से भी हमारी माँ, अगर कोई हमारी माँ को गाली देता है, ये कहीं से बर्दाश्त करने लायक नहीं है। उसी तरह काली माँ हमारी, हम सबकी माँ है, और उनको इस तरीके से दिखलाना, एक सिगरेट पीते हुए दिखाना, और साथ ही वो झंडा जो है, जो कहीं से ये माफ़ करने लायक नहीं है। और उस पर टीएमसी की जो सांसद है वो उनकी और भावनाओं को भड़काने का काम की है, सारे हिंदुओं की भावनाओं को भड़काने की काम की है। तो मेरा मांग तो है कि उस सांसद पे भी पुरजोर कार्रवाई हो, उनकी भी गिरफ्तारी हो।
And trouble is mounting also for filmmaker Leena Moneymaker. It's her film, Kali, that's in this eye of a storm. The Madhya Pradesh government has issued a lookout notice against Leena Moneymaker, director of the film Kali. An application has also been sent across to the central government. The Madhya Pradesh government has also served an ultimatum to microblogging site Twitter. They've asked Twitter to essentially take down Leena's posts within 36 hours, or else the social media site will face action. This comes after multiple FIRs have been filed against Leena. She's been accused of hurting religious sentiments, of insulting Goddess Kali. The outrage is growing as protests were held in multiple states seeking a ban on the documentary, demanding the arrest of the filmmaker. Much like what's happening with Mawa Moitra, here too Leena Moneymaker is defiant. She's refused to apologize or pull down her poster.
ऐसी नराधम शक्तियां जो नक्सलवाद और वामपंथ से ओतप्रोत शक्तियां हैं, ये हमेशा विदेशों में बैठकर कभी ये खालिस्तान का नारा दे देती हैं, कभी देश को विभाजन करने के लिए एक धर्म को दूसरे के धर्म से लड़ाने की बात करती हैं। ऐसी विचारधारा का कोई स्थान भारतवर्ष में नहीं है।
कि हिंदुस्तान में किसी भी धर्म के देवी देवताओं का अगर किसी ने भी मजाक उड़ाया तो वो बोलने की आज़ादी नहीं, वो लोगों के दिल को छूती है और लोगों के दिल पे कुठाराघात करती है, लोगों की भावनाओं को खराब करती है और हम वह कतई बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे।
All right, let's move on and get you all the updates you need to know on the Maharashtra political drama, the Sena versus Sena war, which continues to escalate. The fight now is over who the real Shiv Sena is. While the Shinde faction has nearly 40 MLAs, Uddhav Thackeray clearly is digging in his heels. Addressing his party workers, Uddhav declared that no one can take the party away from him. Uddhav Thackeray dared Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and said no one can take the Shiv Sena party symbol, the infamous symbol of the bow and arrow. He also took a jibe at the rebels and said people who left the party are not true Shiv Senics. Remember that at this point, Uddhav Thackeray has been, dealt one blow after another. More than 55 corporators from the Kalyan Dombivli Municipal Corporation have joined the Shinde faction. Shiv Sena's Dombivli city president has also chosen to side with Eknath Shinde. Uddhav's faction's earlier petitions seeking suspension and disqualification of the rebel MLAs are pending before the Apex Court. They will be heard in a few days from now on July 11th. Uddhav Thackeray no doubt will be hoping and praying for some legal relief.
बताया गया कि उद्धव ठाकरे नवीन चिन्हाचा विचार करा वगैरे अजिबात नाही, कारण ते करण्याची गरजच नाहीये. हे मी मुद्दामून तुम्हाला सर्वांना एकत्र बोलून ठामपणे सांगतोय की शिवसेनेपासून धनुष्यबाण कोणीही वेगळा करू शकत नाही. हे घटनात्मक किंवा कायदेशीर जे अभ्यासक आहेत त्यांच्याशी बोलून मी आपल्याला सांगतोय. उगाचच माझ्या मनातलं बरं वाटावं म्हणून बोलत नाहीये.
And that's all we have time for on this broadcast. Stay with us here on India Today. Coming up in just a few moments from now, all the updates on the biggest story of the day, the shocking and tragic assassination of former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe.
You are watching India Today.
आ गई। कैसा रहा दिन?
बहुत अच्छा।
कोई वीडियो गेम कवर करने गई थी ना?
वीडियो गेम नहीं माँ, ई-स्पोर्ट्स।
ई-स्पोर्ट्स?
माँ, ई-स्पोर्ट्स is just like any other competitive sport. इसमें ना वो सब फीलिंग्स है जो किसी भी और स्पोर्ट्स में है। इसमें इमोशन है, इसमें एंगर है, इसमें सैडनेस है, इसमें हैप्पीनेस है, इसमें कमराडरी है। ये सिर्फ गेम नहीं, ये ई स्पोर्ट्स का प्रीमियर लीग ESPL है।
today is, the launch to the world of a fully operational urban airport. The first time ever in the world that there's an operational piece of infrastructure of this kind.
I think you'll see some operations this decade, but I think that 2030s will really be the decade of advanced air mobility, and you'll really start to see this be more ubiquitous from that point on.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Very good evening. You're watching India Today with me, Nabila Jamal, taking you through the top news. First, the headline. 67-year-old former Japan Prime Minister Shinzo Abe has been confirmed dead after being shot twice in the chest. World now in mourning. Shinzo Abe attacker arrested, identified as 41-year-old Yamagami Tetsuya, who is a local of Nara city. He admits that he aimed to kill Abe. And Prime Minister Modi's condolences over the death of his dear friend. He says in his Twitter post, "Dear friend Shinzo Abe, saddened by his death beyond words." These are the words of Prime Minister Modi, announces one-day national mourning. Sena versus Sena war explodes. Uddhav Thackeray dares Eknath Shinde to take the bow and arrow symbol, moves the Supreme Court against Shinde's appointment as Chief Minister. And Kali quake jolts Mahua Moitra. TMC now mulling over action against the MP. Madhya Pradesh government wants a lookout circular to be issued against filmmaker Leena Manimekalai. All right, India Today's big scoop, the inside scoop on Abe's assassination. Abe's killer used a homemade gun. As per latest reports here that India Today right now is tracking, a homemade gun, we believe, has been used to assassinate former Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe. Improvised firearm used to murder Shinzo Abe. The killer used zip gun to assassinate the ex-Japan Prime Minister. This is the latest update that we have here at this point. We believe that Shinzo Abe was gunned down by his assassin using a homemade rifle. Now, who this man was with regards to what was his intention and motive to carry out this assassination yet remains to be established. But here, from the latest information that we bring to you right here on India Today, Abe's killer used a homemade gun. This is the latest piece of information that we get. You see that visual on your screens there, where that pistol, we believe that there was a shotgun, a homemade gun that was fully wrapped in plaster, in tape, to hold that weapon together. That's the weapon that was used to kill Shinzo Abe. Highly unfortunate as Shinzo Abe struggled for life. In fact, the doctors tried hard to save Shinzo Abe, but unfortunately he succumbed. Just moments earlier, news came in that Shinzo Abe now has been declared dead. He really struggled to survive. Geeta Mohan joining us live for more on that. Geeta, a quick word on Abe's killer. The assassin, we believe, has used a homemade gun. This is the latest piece of information that we get here, and we see that visual on our screens as well. It looks like a shotgun, a homemade gun that was wrapped in tape to hold it together. Give us some more information on this weapon that was used to kill.
Well, the weapon that was modeled as a shotgun was homemade, is what we're given to understand. The assassin, a maritime was a part of the maritime forces and so was well trained in weaponry in most probability, and the reason why he could make this shotgun at home. And it was a very serious blow to Shinzo Abe when the first gunshot reached his heart and damaged his heart. That's the medical bulletin. 2 wounds, both shots at close proximity. That's why he did not miss his target. Shinzo Abe was his target. The assassin has, according to local media reports, has told police authorities that he intended to kill Shinzo Abe because he was not happy with Shinzo Abe's policies. And he did that at a very close proximity to Abe, is the reason why there were no misses. Both the gunshots went right into Abe's body, one very close to his neck and the other from the back through his heart, and had damaged his heart. So the medical bulletin, medical officials say that they tried to revive him. They tried very hard to give him blood transfusion. His vitals were not responding even as he was brought into the hospital. And once Aiki Abe, that's the wife of Shinzo Abe, reached the hospital, the formal announcement, official announcement of his death was made. So very tragic incident, Nabila. It is going to have a huge impact in many ways than one on Japan and Japan's politics. Also, how Japan views itself as a country that is safe, that is in many ways than one a no-weapon zone, no-gun zone. But no longer, because if there are trained Marines, if they're trained maritime officials who then can make guns and use it against the political leadership, that certainly is a serious concern. So how the security apparatus works in Japan within the security blanket and cover given to leadership of Japan is certainly something that they will be looking into and reviewing.
You know, it's shocking that the man who killed Shinzo Abe was a former soldier. So he may have been very well trained, and the fact that this was a homemade gun, we believe there's a larger conspiracy and a motive and a plan to carry out this assassination. Geeta, do stay with us. This 41-year-old man assassinated the former Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe. Former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe has collapsed while giving a speech in the city of Nara in western Japan after being shot twice. The suspected shooter was nabbed, taken into custody for allegedly attempting the murder. Police have now revealed that the suspect is 41 years old, Tetsuya Yamagami, a resident of Nara City in Japan. Tetsuya Yamagami is a former member of the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force. It is known that the police official seized a shotgun at that site, which the suspect was apparently holding. The shooter, in fact, what we believe, the shooter houses also many of those houses, especially of the shooter and possibly some of those suspects, were all raided by the cops as part of the investigation. In fact, the shooter Yamagami has told investigators that he was dissatisfied with Abe and targeted him with an intention to kill. So this was indeed pre-planned. According to the police sources now, Abe, who's about 41 years old, has shot, in fact, we believe that the assassin has shot Abe right from behind, gunning him twice. After much struggle and hours of attempting to save him, unfortunately, just a few moments ago, we believe that Shinzo Abe has been declared dead.
This is Yamato Saidaiji Station, Westgate in Nara City. It's been nearly 2 hours after the incident. The traffic circle in front of the station is still crowded with people. And police is continuing investigation and examination of the assault. A man in his 20s from Mie Prefecture who watched the development says that he heard 2 gunshot sounds when Abe was making a speech and before he collapsed onto the ground. And he was totally freaked out when he watched that development. That was Yamato Saidaiji Station.
Elections are being held. This is the very foundation of democracy. And such an incident took place. It is barbaric and malicious, and it cannot be tolerated. We will do everything we can. I would like to use the most extreme words available to condemn this act.
All right, this is the big update that we're currently tracking. India Today's Inside Scoop on Abe's assassination. Abe's killer used a homemade gun, the improvised firearm used to murder Shinzo Abe. The killer used a zip gun to assassinate the ex-Japanese Prime Minister. So clearly, this appears to be a whole planned and executed assassination, which this man was successful in pulling off. In fact, he's arrested by the police in quick succession. Soon after the assassination attempt, the police were seen rushing towards him and pinning him down, arrested him quickly. In fact, from what he has admitted to the police is that he wasn't happy with several of Shinzo Abe's policies and his ideas and targeted him with an intention to kill. This is precisely what Yamagami, the assassin, has said to the police. But from what we hear now, which all the more leaves us shocked at a time when we know that Japanese to buy weapons or guns in Japan is incredibly impossible. There's a thorough check that's done usually for anyone who wants to purchase a weapon, a gun particularly. So it wouldn't have been easy for Yamagami had he planned to assassinate Shinzo Abe. This possibly was the only way out, to make a homemade gun. And that's precisely what he's done using all his knowledge as an ex-soldier. We believe that he has managed to manufacture a shotgun by himself at home. And this is how it looks like on our screens. In fact, this is the latest information as we get. Abe's killer has used a homemade gun, improvised firearm used to murder Shinzo Abe. Let me quickly cut across to Ankit, joining us right from the newsroom for a little clarity on that. Ankit, this weapon that we see here on our screens, which is wrapped in a tape, looks like a shotgun. And from the latest information of the police, we believe it was a homemade weapon.
Well, one of the questions that is being asked in the aftermath of assassination of Prime Minister Abe is that how come in a country like Japan, which has one of the lowest gun violence related cases, remember only 0.6% out of 100 possess a gun in Japan. So the question is being asked, how can somebody carry out a high profile political assassination in the middle of a city of a former Prime Minister of Japan using a gun? So what we have done is we are now using the visual evidences that we have collected by local media, and we are trying to understand what kind of gun was used in this incident. So this is the accused, or the person who shot the former Prime Minister of Japan, and this is the weapon that was used. Now what we have done is we have broken this one piece of evidence that we have and try and understand what kind of weapon this is. So if you see this is a sample of the pipes that has been used, and that they have now been covered, if you see here, by duct tapes. So it looks like some kind of pipe gun. Now there's a term for it. It's called a zip gun. If you read the history of how these kind of amateur guns are made, there are history of these kind of guns being used all over in prisons across Europe and USA, where iron pipes have been used with explosives such as matchboxes, match heads, electric bulbs, these kind of things. Now, if you see this part, These are the metal pipes which have been covered by duct tapes. This is the wooden block to provide stability. And if you focus on this part, this appears to be a lithium battery. This is very important. Why? Because this battery is now used to provide detonation, to provide ignition, because there is no other trigger. So this is used as a trigger to fire. Remember, all this can be, if you search over internet, this is also called an internet gun. How to make such kind of guns, the information related to that is available all over internet. So it's a new threat, it's a new kind of threat that is now being, faced by security agencies, where anybody who has some kind of experience, like this person who has a history of serving in the armed forces, can actually assemble a gun. Now the flip side of these kind of amateur guns is that they are not very accurate. They cannot be fired from a very large distance. That's why he had to get extremely close to the former Prime Minister, and this is how probably what we believe the former Prime Minister of Japan has been assassinated.
You know, Ankit, at this point, questions could be asked whether this man who's an ex-soldier could have already received training. Since he was a part of the army, he would have known very well to come out with a handmade gun of this nature. This could have been helpful. A training from the army itself could have been largely helpful for him to pull this off.
Well, the fact that he comes from an armed forces background should definitely help. I'm sure these kind of details will come up during the course of the investigation. But what we are trying to show here is that this is one of the first cases when an amateur gun, or what we are calling as an internet gun, is being used to carry out a high-profile political assassination. Of course, he must have has some kind of information. But if anybody even Googles how to make a zip gun on internet, they will find enough information, and with enough motivation and the kind of skill set he must have had while his tenure in the armed forces, he must have those kind of experiences must have helped. I'm sure these kind of information will come up while as the investigation progresses. But what we can conclusively say at this point is that this is not an automatic gun, this is not a factory produced gun, this is not a 3D printed gun that many people on the internet are writing about. This looks like, and what we can, what we're showing here is, this looks like a homemade zip gun, also called the internet gun, which appears to be, made at home with raw materials such as simple pipes, duct tapes, explosives, etc.
But, it's shocking and surprising how the man has actually managed to pull it off. He got his target right on point. He managed to shoot Shinzo Abe right in target, and unfortunately he's dead today, but he's pulled off this assassination with such ease.
That's where the proximity matters. A question is being asked always whenever there is a VIP movement or a VIP or VVIP program is held, that why do you need such parameters? In India, if a high-profile event is happening, you will see there are 2, 3, 4 layers of security. This is precisely the reason why during high-profile setup, high-profile events, there are at least 2 or 3 parameters, security parameters, at least 2 or 3, so that even if somebody manages to sneak in with a weapon such as this, such as a zip gun, they will not be able to, in that case, target the victim. In this case, however, we have seen in the local media that the assassin managed to, get very close. He had a clear shot, and what also makes it interesting is that most of the zip guns that you see, they are usually single barrel guns. This is a double barrel gun. He has used 2 pipes, so that must include some kind of expertise. And what follows is that, of course, the local security agencies, the investigative agencies will, will carry a thorough investigation. The forensics will get involved. But what it appears right now is that the proximity that this person managed,
really helped.
That really helped.
Well, the assassin right now, the hands of the police, they're trying to understand what was his motive, if there are more people behind him, if this is a larger conspiracy. All those details will possibly emerge in due course. But Ankit, thank you very much for joining us on that. Now, former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's assassination has really shocked the world. Abe succumbed to injuries just hours after he was shot at twice with a shotgun while delivering his speech in the city of Nara. Japanese police have now arrested the 41-year-old Yamagami Tetsuya in Nara city for allegedly attempting murder and have also now seized the weapon. Of course, now he has been charged with murder. Since Shinzo Abe, unfortunately, is no more, Prime Minister Narendra Modi came forward expressing his grief, condemning Abe's assassination. As a mark of respect, the Prime Minister has announced a one-day national mourning on the 9th of July 2022 for former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Reports say that Abe was in a state of cardiac arrest upon arrival at the hospital. Abe was gunned down even as Japan is known to have the world's strictest gun laws. Despite that, we believe this man has managed to make a weapon right at his home and pulled off this assassination with such ease.
Dr. Fukushima now speaks on the condition of former Prime Minister Abe. He has been transferred to hospital 12:20 on arrival. He has had no vital signs. And we conduct resuscitation measures. However, unfortunately, 5 p.m., he has passed away. And there have been gun wounds in 2 locations in the neck, and there have also been subcutaneous hemorrhage that has been observed. And we have conducted blood transfusion. However, unfortunately, we have not been able to sustain his life. And that will conclude the explanation.
So this is near Yamato Saidaiji Station, north side, Nara Prefecture. And this is the site where Abe was shot. And I'm about 100 meters away from where he was shot. So this is the map. This is around the north side of the Yamato Saidaiji Station. I'm standing around here. And Abe was shot at this place. So Abe, around 11 p.m., he came out from the north side of the Yamato Saidaiji Station, standing here to give out speech. However, around a bit past 11:30 p.m., a man approached and 2 gunshot-like sounds were heard, and then Abe collapsed onto the ground with bleeds.
This is Yamato Saidaiji Station, West Gate in Nara City. It's been nearly 2 hours after the incident. The traffic circle in front of the station is still crowded with people. And police is continuing investigation and examination of the assault. A man in his 20s from Mie Prefecture who watched the development says that he heard 2 gunshot sounds when Abe was making a speech and before he collapsed onto the ground. And he was totally freaked out when he watched that development. That was Yamato Saidaiji Station.
All right, let me quickly cut across to Geeta Mohan joining us for more on that. Geeta, at this point, we know that Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Shinzo Abe had a great relationship. Both the countries, in fact, bilateral ties only deepen with Shinzo Abe leading the front. And here, Prime Minister Modi also now announcing a day of national mourning. Give us the sentiments today that India holds for Shinzo Abe.
Well, people who have actually, when Shinzo Abe was in India, the cities that he traveled to, particularly the state of Gujarat, people who were there certainly would remember how the grand welcome that he received in India, and the kind of color and the kind of fanfare and pomp and circumstance with which he was welcomed to India. So there is a lot of that, but the strategic circles, the foreign policy circles such as us, we know the contribution of Shinzo Abe in enhancing India-Japan ties, in not just enhancing, but also securing the entire region and pushing for security of the entire region, be it the Indo-Pacific or certain countries bilaterally. So he worked very hard, and the message he'd started giving out that message, Nabila, long ago in the 90s, when he actually spoke of in first and early 2000, when he actually came out with the idea of the quadrilateral. And since then, there have been many formats, not just the Quad, many formats where he's engaged the region to secure the region from aggressive posturing or aggression of particularly China. It has been a problem area. And you see that, and it reflects in the kind of celebratory messages that you see in China on Chinese social media related to Shinzo Abe's death. That certainly is stark. It is disconcerting. It's quite disturbing, but it is also true that the hostilities and animosity between China and Japan is way deeper now than ever before. Also because Japan has taken a very strong stand in where it wants to be, how it wants to move, and who it wants to move with. And in that, this Quad is certainly messaging, and Shinzo Abe was the architect of that Quad. Again, in terms of bilaterals, in terms of engagement with India, it is not just a loss for the country, but maybe personally a major loss for Prime Minister Modi, because of all the leadership or leaders he's met and had engagements with. He did consider Shinzo Abe very close. The reason why, when the Quadrilateral Summit took place in June in Japan this year, while he was not the prime minister, and it was Kishida who attended the quadrilateral meeting, he did take time out. He took time out to really go and meet with Shinzo Abe separately. He met with two prime ministers, but Shinzo Abe, a very important person in ensuring enhancement of ties between India and Japan. So a major loss. Also, remember, he was a young man. He was not very old. He had resigned in 2020 owing to health conditions. And then Suga took over, and after which Kishida took over. But owing to health conditions, and now when you saw that his health improved a little, he was actually campaigning for his other friends and colleagues. Yeah. He was in Nara city campaigning for the upper house elections that were to take place on July 10th. Unlikely that, Nabila, they'll go through with the election now, given that former head of state has died, head of government has died in Japan. And so India is going to mourn. There is going to be a national mourning. We are observing national mourning tomorrow. Prime Minister Narendra Modi made that point. And also, again, a very important point over here. Of all the messages that you see of Prime Minister Modi and tweets for condolence messages that he puts across for world leaders, over here, there were numerous messages that he put out. He was that shocked. He put out a personal message about how he was connected so personally with Abe and how Abe impacted him. He put out a message on Abe's contribution to not just regional but global politics, security structure. He put out a message then finally on the death, condoling the death of Abe, and then a message of national mourning. So levels and levels, it really goes to show the kind of importance India not just attaches to ties with Japan, but particularly to how Shinzo Abe played a very important and critical role. He was Prime Minister at a very critical juncture when it comes to Japan coming out on its own, becoming a huge global power and leader.
Absolutely, Geeta. Very, very sorry day today, as we've lost out on one of the finest prime ministers, Shinzo Abe, who had great relations with India today. Thank you very much, Geeta, for joining us. I'm going to quickly round up on what really happened today, the top developments of this dastardly attack on former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Former Japan Prime Minister Shinzo Abe has passed away. This is the latest coming in from the government of Japan. He was shot during a campaign speech in Nara city. Hospital officials say that he had no vital signs when he was brought into the hospital. Despite blood transfusion, he could not be saved. Shinzo Abe is survived by his wife, Aki. She was spotted earlier in the day at the hospital where the former Japanese Prime Minister was rushed to. And the man who shot at Shinzo Abe has been identified as 40-year-old Tetsuya Yamagami. Japanese police has now confirmed that Yamagami is the ex-maritime self-defense officer. He shot former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe from behind, reportedly with a shotgun. The assassin is a resident of Nara city. Tetsuya has been charged with murder and is currently being questioned. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has now condoled Abe's death, saying, "I am shocked, saddened beyond words at the tragic demise of one of my dearest friends." India has also declared one-day national mourning. And as the entire world now praying for Shinzo Abe, we see some groups within China on social media shockingly celebrating the attack. Chinese social media users, many of them hailing the assassin as a hero, celebrated the attack on former Japanese Prime Minister. Abe always took a hard stance on Taiwan and time and again refused to give in to China's pressure during his tenure as Prime Minister. All right, now former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe has died hours after he was shot at in the city of Nara. Chilling videos now on your screens showing how Shinzo Abe was shot at from behind with a shotgun while giving a speech at a campaign event in Western Japan. Abe collapsed moments after the attacker shot at him with his shirt smeared with blood. Fire department rushed to the spot and stated that Abe was not breathing. His heartbeat had stopped while he was being airlifted to the hospital after that gunshot wound. There were no vital signs reported soon after he was moved to the hospital. In fact, Abe was given CPR right after he fell on the ground after the horrific shooting. Visuals from the spot there shows several ambulances and emergency response teams that were trying hard to rescue him. The 41-year-old assassin, Tetsuya Yamagami, a resident of Nara city, has been arrested on suspicion of attempting to murder Shinzo Abe. And post the investigation, we believe the assassin has claimed or has admitted that he wasn't happy with Abe's policies, therefore he pulled off this crime with an intention to kill.
He was making his speech, and from behind a man approached, and we were watching from above, and the first shot was just like a bazooka, like toy-like gun, and nobody collapsed. He was still, and nothing happened. But with the second shot, we could see gunpowder and we could see the smoke coming out. It was the same gun, yes. And after the first shot, he kind of went back. And with the second shot, Mr. Abe collapsed. And people were conducting CPR. And many of the people around him were attending to him. What did it look like? He was wearing a gray T-shirt and a khaki color pants, and he was just out of energy, and he was just standing. He didn't run away or anything. He was just standing there, and the security police, I think, such people were there to surround him, but he didn't even attempt to run, and he just got arrested.
All right, let's quickly take you through some of those defining images of today. A tragic day indeed for Japan. Japanese Prime Minister was shot at in Nara city while he was making a campaign speech. He collapsed as soon as he was shot at. These are images where we see Shinzo Abe, who collapsed right to the ground soon after the gunshot. Now, the shooter has been identified as 41-year-old Tetsuya Yamagami. He is a former member of Japan's Maritime Self-Defense Force. This man is said to have used a handmade gun to pull off this assassination. The shooter was apprehended immediately. The gun used to shoot Shinzo Abe has also been recovered. And this is the image that you see on your screens here. The gun, we believe again, a handmade, a homemade weapon, a shotgun that's wrapped in duct tape, only to hold it together. In fact, the shooter was also seen lurking around the streets just before he shot at Shinzo Abe. He was just about around the corner, waiting for Abe to start his speech and readying himself to kill his target. Intense efforts were made to save the former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Soon after the gunshot, he was rushed to the hospital. Abe was airlifted for treatment. While he was shot at, he was delivering a speech when he was shot at, and right after collapsed, and the rescue teams rushed to the spot and did say that there were no vital signs at that moment. They still rushed him to the hospital, unfortunately later declared him dead. Now, a new despicable law by some people in China. Its nationalists are now celebrating shooting of former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, how the man succumbed to his injuries and almost hailing the assassination attempt, or the man who killed Shinzo Abe as their hero. Even as the world prayed for Abe's recovery, many in China lauded this loss of enemy. In fact, the Chinese social media was flooded with celebratory texts and ill-timed jokes wishing Abe's death. Many Chinese nationalists were seen cheering the assassination bid. Some Chinese users, in fact social media users, wanted to congratulate as well as reward the apprehended shooter, hailing him as a hero. In fact, some comments also wanted the present Japanese Prime Minister and his Korean counterpart to also get assassinated in the similar fashion. China's mouthpiece, Global Times, has meantime blamed the right-wing forces in Japan for the attack on former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. China says that the attack on Abe can accelerate the revision of pacifist constitution and cause ripple effects to foreign policy like ties with China and the United States. Right on that note, I'm going to slip into a short break. We'll be right back with news and updates on the other side. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshata Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
While instances of drone mishaps are plenty, India is pushing hard to put drones in mainstream use, especially to execute deliveries. A Delhi-based drone startup is offering its services to a healthcare company. They're carrying out trials for delivering essential medicines and critical lab samples in Kerala. First, the medicine and diagnostic sample is loaded in a temperature-controlled payload box, and then the payload box is loaded onto the drone. These drone trials were beyond the visual line of sight, directed by drone pilots from a command center. The drone traveled a distance of 30 kilometers through a predetermined route. Similar to helipads, these drones also have their takeoff and drop-off pads. In another instance, a Bengaluru-based delivery firm is also dabbling with drones on a trial basis to make grocery deliveries. The company has roped in 4 drone-as-a-service operators for these trials, which will be conducted in 2 phases. A Gurgaon-based drone startup may have laid the ground for postal drone deliveries as it successfully delivered a parcel in the Kutch region in Gujarat. It was a pilot project in collaboration with India Post. The drone flight travelled a distance of 46 kilometers in less than 30 minutes. The delivery was estimated to be 5 times faster than the speed of surface transportation. This drone delivery was among the longest single delivery flights made by a drone in the country. The most important factor of drone deliveries, beyond visual line of sight, has not been allowed by the government yet. But in 2021, the Ministry of Civil Aviation granted conditional exemption to 20 entities to conduct BVLOS experimental flights. The Prime Minister invited startups and manufacturers to make India a hub for drone technology during the Bharat Drone Mahotsav, which means deliveries will surely be more unmanned in future in India.
Wedding bells again for Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. 6 years after divorce, Bhagwant Mann married Dr. Gurpreet Kaur in a close private affair in Chandigarh. This was his second wedding. Who is Dr. Gurpreet Kaur? 32 years old Gurpreet hails from a village in Pehowa area of Haryana's Kurukshetra. She is the youngest of the three sisters in her family. Gurpreet Kaur, whose nickname is Gopi, completed her MBBS from Maharishi Markandeshwar University 4 years ago. She is a practicing doctor and lives in Mohali with her family. Her father, Inderjeet Singh Nath, is a farmer. As per media reports, he had previously worked as the Sarpanch of Madanpur village. Her mother is a homemaker. Gurpreet's uncle, in fact, Gurjinder Singh Nath, is a member of the Aam Aadmi Party. Nath had said that there were talks of marriage in the family for about 2 years. Bhagwant Mann's mother and sister chose Gurpreet to be Mann's bride-to-be. In fact, Gurpreet and Mann's families have known each other for at least 4 years as per sources. Apart from close family members, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and AAP leader Raghav Chadha also attended the wedding in Chandigarh. Bhagwant Mann's first marriage was with Inderpreet Kaur. They divorced almost 6 years ago. In 2015, Bhagwant Mann and his first wife Inderpreet Kaur filed for divorce with mutual consent in court. The comedian turned politician Bhagwant Mann entered politics in 2011. In 2014, he became an MP from Sangrur on an AAP ticket. His first wife, Inderpreet Kaur, was present with him during the campaigning for 2014 Lok Sabha elections. Mann also won the election from Sangrur in 2019. In 2022, he took oath as the Chief Minister of Punjab. Bhagwant Mann's son, Dilshan Mann, is 17 years old and daughter Sirat Kaur Mann is 21 years old. Both of them live with their mother, Inderpreet Kaur, in the United States. They visited India in March this year to attend their father's swearing-in ceremony as the Chief Minister of Punjab. In fact, Mann's argument in his divorce application was that he wanted divorce because he wanted to focus on politics. Bhagwant Mann had said that he is unable to give his family any time because of politics. After the divorce, he wrote a post on social media. He said that he chose Punjab over his family. He is separating from his wife for politics. On the other hand, Bhagwant Mann's then-wife Inderpreet Kaur in her divorce application had said and given conditions that if Bhagwant Mann leaves India, shifts to California and leaves politics, then she will withdraw the divorce application. Well, now political leaders across parties have taken to social media to convey their best wishes. Even Twitterati reacted to the news with much joy.
Watching India Today.
All right, here's India Today's exclusive news break. Ahmedabad cops have uncovered online hate campaign. Cyber hate war against India over Nupur's remarks. Malaysian and Indonesian hackers have been targeting websites, Indian websites. Hackers have put out Nupur's personal details online. The Ahmedabad crime branch has said that Nupur Sharma incident, where Muslim hackers from Malaysia and Indonesia, post that, have started attacking through their cyber cells. In fact, they've been unleashing a war against India online. This is precisely what has been established. Two hacker groups, one called the Dragon Force Malaysia, the other called the Hacktivist Indonesia, both initiating cyber war against India. Both groups also appeal to Muslim hackers from all across the world and in fact, they've appealed to Muslim groups across the world to start a cyber attack on India. Post the Nupur Sharma incident, we're seeing the Ahmedabad Cybercrime branch now saying that over 2,000 websites have been hacked by these hacker groups. hackers and these groups now attacking India on multiple levels. In fact, they started with, of course, putting out Nupur Sharma's personal details online. They've also, in one regional channel of Assam, between live telecast, a Pakistan flag was shown. These are multiple ways that they've tried to infringe through cyber attacks. Thane police website was hacked, is what we believe. Personal details of Andhra Pradesh police was given out. Aadhaar card and PAN card of people have been leaked online. Let me quickly cut across to Saurabh, who's currently with the Ahmedabad Cybercrime Branch DCP, Amit Vasava. Saurabh, over to you. Give us the magnitude of this crime, the cybercrime, these attacks that are now being strategically carried out against India by foreign forces.
Well, absolutely, Nabila, and let me tell you, this is huge. This is a huge cyber war against our country, and this is done after the Nupur Sharma incident. And the hackers from all over the world are trying to unite and hack the important government websites of our country. The man who has decoded this whole incident, Cybercrime DCP Amit Vasava, is with us. Sir, what is this whole incident and how it was decoded?
So after the Nupur Sharma incident, there were two hacker groups who called upon all the Muslim hackers of the world to start a cyber war against India. These groups were Dragon Force of Malaysia and Hacktivist of Garud of Indonesia. These two groups then started attacking a lot of government websites, and they were able to infiltrate many government, educational and industries website and leak a lot of data on dark web. For example, Andhra Police data of individual police persons was leaked. Then PAN card and Aadhaar card of several thousands of Indians had leaked online. Then Dish TV is a private company, its website was hacked. Then Times 8 Assam's channel. Just imagine during live channel, Pakistan's flag was shown on the channel's TV, and several messages by these hacker groups were shown. Similarly, Thane police website was also hacked. So in response to such cyber aggression, what we did was completely different. It was basically not aggression by us, but what we did was to ethically hack 100 Malaysian websites and 70 Indonesian websites to show their vulnerabilities. And we have done this in coordination with the Malaysian government and Indonesian government. And we have ethically reported these bugs that are vulnerabilities to their government so that they can be patched. So it is like replying with peace against the war against us.
Sir, how dangerous this is to get all the information, because most of the information is now online, and we also came to know that the Nupur Sharma's personal details and everything was online completely.
Cyber warfare is a huge challenge to national security, and we have seen in the Russian-Ukraine war that Russian hackers had devastated Ukraine's several information infrastructure. For example, Ukraine's banking system was down. Ukraine's power grid had failed. Ukraine's treasury, government treasury had failed. So these are examples of proper cyber wars. Even in our case, they have leaked a lot of data, and particularly they had leaked phone number and home address of Nupur Sharma on their websites.
Big thing, Nabila, let me tell you that Indian authorities and the officials of India has also given a straight answers to Malaysia and Indonesia that we can also hack your website. Do not do this, right, sir?
We did not hack their website. We had shown them that even your websites are vulnerable, and similarly, we at the same time have also shown vulnerabilities in 80 Indian government websites. All websites of our government, and many of them are critical services of government. Some of them are national ministries, paramilitary, state government. Such websites vulnerabilities have been reported to National Cyber Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Center.
Sir, you have also reported the matter to Interpol. Nabila, let me tell you, the matter has now been reported to Interpol as well. Sir, what is this thing?
So catching the hackers is like very tricky business, and what we have done is we have engaged two of the hackers, one from Dragon Force Malaysia and another from Hacktivist of Garuda Indonesia, and we have got their IP addresses, and we are in the process of reporting this to the Interpol officially.
Sir, how much risk is the country at with such incident?
Definitely, Indian government has done a lot to improve the national security, and there are several agencies like CERT who are working very hard on this matter. But it always remains a big risk, and cyber war is something that we all have to study and prepare ourselves for future.
So Nabila, the hackers may have initiated cyber war against our country, but our officers are very much prepared to give them the answer. Back to you, Nabila.
Saurabh, thank you very much. This is, of course, huge. A cyber attack, a cyber war on India by several external forces across countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, Muslim groups there attacking India through their cyber cells online. We're going to continue tracking those developments. Thank you very much for joining us. Now, a quick word on the Enforcement Directorate, the adjudicating authority of the Directorate of Enforcement. The ED has now adjudicated a show cause notice issued to Amnesty India International Private Limited and its CEO Akar Patel for contravention of the provisions of the Foreign Exchange Management Act of 1999 and imposed penalty to the tune of 51.7 crore rupees and 10 crore rupees respectively. Amnesty India now receives a show cause notice for FEMA violations. In fact, the ED now cracking down. A penalty of 51.7 crores to Amnesty India has been slapped. This is a big setback. 10 crore penalty on the former CEO, Akar Patel. In fact, the Enforcement Directorate now, as it cracks a whip, issues a show cause notice to Amnesty International of India Private Limited and its CEO Akar Patel for contravention of provisions of the Foreign Exchange Management Act 1999, FEMA violations. As per that, a penalty now been imposed on the CEO Akar Patel of 10 crore rupees and on the company of 51.7 crore rupees. Huge money, a big setback to Amnesty India. In fact, this is the adjudicating authority of the Enforcement Directorate. As they've now issued a show cause notice to Amnesty India. The ED heat on as it now comes down to investigating on FEMA violations. They found some grave irregularities from Amnesty India Private Limited, and now the adjudicating authority of the Enforcement Directorate issuing a show cause notice to Amnesty India International Private Limited and its CEO Akar Patel for contravention of provisions of the Foreign Exchange Management Act, FEMA violations of 1999. As per this, now a penalty, a hefty penalty has been imposed on the CEO, Akar Patel, of 10 crore rupees and on the company, 51.7 crore rupees. Munish Pandey tracking those developments. Munish, a quick word on Amnesty's irregularities, which the ED has now highlighted, slapping a huge hefty penalty on the CEO as well as the company. What were those irregularities that now have put them in the dock?
Nabila, we have been given to understand by the Enforcement Directorate that between 2013 to 2017, there was remittance of around 51.72 crore between Amnesty International UK and Amnesty India International, a company registered in India. Now, what the Enforcement Directorate is claiming at this point of time is that there was violation of Foreign Exchange Management Act, and after the reply was filed by Amnesty India International, the adjudicating authority of the Enforcement Directorate.
Right, Munish, thank you very much for joining us with those details. This is the heat of the Enforcement Directorate. Now an Amnesty India hefty penalty slapped on the CEO as well as the company. Meanwhile, the heat continues to mount on TMC MP Mahua Moitra's remarks on Goddess Kali. While the BJP hit the streets against the TMC MP's remarks, the clamour now for Mamata Banerjee to take strict action against Mahua grows. Not just that, multiple complaints and FIRs have now been filed across the country over Mahua's remarks. From Bengal to Ranchi, protests were held by BJP and Hindu groups against Mahua Moitra. The Bengal BJP has now demanded TMC Supremo to dismiss Mahua Moitra from the party. This comes after both Mamata Banerjee and Trinamool Congress have categorically distanced themselves from Mahua's comments. An FIR and several complaints across the country have now been lodged against Mahua Moitra, claiming that her comments hurt religious sentiments.
In the beginning, we do not approve of our comment. Trinamool Congress has respect for all religions. Trinamool Congress does not want to get into any religious controversy. And that is party statement in all religious matters.
हिंदुओं के भावनाओं से खिलवाड़ हो रहा है। देखिए, कहीं से भी हमारी माँ, अगर कोई हमारी माँ को गाली देता है, ये कहीं से बर्दाश्त करने लायक नहीं है। उसी तरह काली माँ हम सबकी माँ है, और उनको इस तरीके से दिखलाना, एक सिगरेट पीते हुए दिखाना, और साथ ही वो झंडा जो है जो कहीं से ये माफ़ करने लायक नहीं है। और उस पर टीएमसी की जो सांसद है वो उनकी और भावनाओं को भड़काने का काम किया है, सारे हिंदुओं की भावनाओं को भड़काने की काम की है। तो मेरा मांग तो है कि उस सांसद पे भी पुरजोर कार्रवाई हो, उनकी भी गिरफ्तारी हो।
All right, we have some more information coming in on the Kali controversy. We're seeing that Leena Manimekalai, the filmmaker, is currently in the dock. In fact, she receives multiple FIRs from different parts of the country. This, from what we believe, that NIA calls the killing as this, in fact, snowballs at this point, with a lot more developments coming in on the same. All right, on that note, I'm going to slip into a short break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
जो गरीब है, जो पिछड़ा है, जो एलिजिबल है, उसको जो है वो तरक्की की धारा में शामिल होना चाहिए, ये हमारा संकल्प है।
Prominent minority face of the BJP, Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi, has recently resigned from the post of Minority Affairs Minister as his term comes to an end. He was also the deputy leader of the upper house. With his resignation coming a day before the end of his Rajya Sabha term, there are speculations that the party may nominate Naqvi for the vice presidential election to be held on August 6th. Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi is a well-known Muslim leader who has contributed to pro-Hindutva BJP. Raised in a devout family in the village of Bhadari, Allahabad, Uttar Pradesh, Naqvi has always been attracted to social movements. He has been a member of the Sampurna Kranti movement. Naqvi's education in mass communication has made him one of the nation's best communicators and opinion leaders. His political career began in 1980 as a candidate for the Janata Party, but the election turned out to be unsuccessful. Later, he contested as an independent candidate in the Ayodhya constituency in the 1980s Lok Sabha elections. In 1988, Naqvi won the Lok Sabha seat in Uttar Pradesh's Rampur elections. In 1998, during the reign of Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi was assigned the post of Minister of State for the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. From 2010 to 2016, Naqvi was elected as an MP of the Rajya Sabha for Uttar Pradesh and later was appointed as the Minister of State for Minority Affairs in 2016. Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi again took his oath in 2019 and continued serving in the Minority Affairs Ministry. Furthermore, he became a member of the party's Central Election Committee and in charge of the BJP's organization. Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi declared August 1st as the Muslim Women's Rights Day, commemorating the criminalization of instant triple talaq. Naqvi also pushed for providing equal opportunities, promoted minority education. Naqvi provided
Co-powered by सोलार है लगाना तो लुमिनस को बुलाना, in association with LIC हर पल आपके साथ, the new Volkswagen Virtus. Former Japanese Prime Minister assassinated. Shinzo Abe shot dead in daylight. Homemade gun used to kill Abe. Shock and disbelief sweep the world. Prime Minister Modi announces one-day national mourning. India's dearest friend no more.
India has described Shinzo Abe as one of India's most dependable friends, very close to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But even before before Narendra Modi became Prime Minister in 2014, even before that, India's relations with Japan, India's relations with Shinzo Abe were on the rise. They, of course, took a new trajectory post-2014. The question remains, why would someone want to assassinate him and make a gun at home to kill him? Much more on this big story. I'm Gaurav Sawant. Let's get started with the headlines at 5 Live. Shinzo Abe's attacker arrested, identified as 41-year-old Tetsuya Yamagami. a local of Nara city. He admits his aim was to kill Shinzo Abe. Prime Minister Narendra Modi condoles the death of a dear friend. Shinzo Abe says he's shocked and saddened beyond words, announces one-day national mourning. Sensational details emerge from NIA's FIR copy in Amravati murder case. NIA says conspiracy to terrorize sections of people. Sena versus Sena war escalates. Uddhav Thackeray dares Eknath Shinde to take the bow and arrow symbol, moves the Supreme Court against Eknath Shinde's appointment as Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Kali quake jolts Mahua Moitra. The Trinamool Congress is contemplating action against its MP. Madhya Pradesh government wants a lookout circular to be issued against filmmaker Leena Manimekalai. Japan's former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe was assassinated earlier today. The former Prime Minister was on an election campaign in Nara Prefecture. The assassin was lying in wait, hiding in plain sight, wearing a grey t-shirt and brown cargo trousers. The most astounding aspect is that he's said to have manufactured the gun at home, because Japan has very strict gun laws. Let me now get you the latest in investigations in the attack and the assassination of former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. He sadly passed away a short while back. Shinzo Abe was shot during a campaign speech in the Nara prefecture. Hospital officials said he had no vital signs when he was brought in. Despite blood transfusion, he could not be saved. Shinzo Abe is survived by his wife Aki. She was spotted earlier in the day at the hospital where the former Japanese Prime Minister was heli-lifted after the assassination. The assassin has been identified as 41-year-old Tetsuya Yamagami. Japanese police have confirmed that Yamagami is a former Maritime Self-Defense Force officer. He shot at the former Prime Minister from behind, reportedly with a homemade shotgun. The assassin is a resident of Nara city. Tetsuya Yamagami has been charged with murder and is currently being questioned. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has condoled the death of Shinzo Abe, saying, "I'm shocked and saddened beyond words at the tragic demise of one of India's dearest friends." India has also declared a day-long national mourning. As the entire world was praying for Shinzo Abe, a section of netizens in China sadly celebrated the attack. Chinese social media users hailed the assassin as a hero and celebrated the attack on the former Japanese Prime Minister. Shinzo Abe had taken a hard stance on China's actions in the South and East China Sea, especially against Taiwan, and refused to give in to China's pressure during his tenure as the Prime Minister between 2012 and 20. I quickly now want to cut across to Nara for the latest. Joining us from Japan is Christian Martini, our reporter on ground. Christian, the police have been interrogating this 41-year-old assassin. Do we now have more details about the motive and the weapon
Well, we definitely know more about the weapon, as it was this self-made instrument that was expressly made to shoot for kill. It's a terrible weapon. From what I heard from even witness, that has an incredibly loud bang, and the people that passed by here, they were shocked to hear that. Nobody ever heard a sound like that, and it was shot twice and from a close range. So this was deadly from the start, and there was no way that Abe or anybody could have made it alive, especially from the range that we've seen. As you can see it, this is exactly the point where the shooter came here to offend the former prime minister. And so this is really a matter of a few meters, and that shot from that range, which seems to have caught also part of his neck, was deadly from the start. Now, what we can say that all this evening have been all these, especially young people, coming here to mourn Shinzo Abe. And why young people? This is something that we should ask ourselves, because the Japanese are not particularly known to be very familiar with politics. In fact, they are not. They are very distant to politics, but they were not when it was the case with Shinzo Abe. And the reason being that he has always had this image in Japan of somebody who could take care, especially of the younger generation. As a matter of fact, when he was first in charge as a prime minister, and he came to power in the 2010s, that was the second time, after having once already had to give up. But the second time, then he really tried to move on with the politics to help the young people, especially what they call in Japanese the shushoku, the shogai, which is the so-called ice age of hiring. There was this period, if you'll remember, in 2010, when they seemed to be coming from this sort of depression or stalemate. There was no hiring in Japan, and it hadn't been hiring for years. And the young people, they were really, really taking a toll on that. But Abe, with his politics, he made it possible for a slow but steady recover. And that's what happened. That is why even now, today, young people find no hardship at all to find a job today. You can find a job anytime.
Stay with me, Christian. You're giving us a ground assessment of how youngsters are mourning the death of Shinzo Abe. I mean, he's former prime minister of the country. Because of his health in 2020, he chose to step down, was the longest serving prime minister of Japan. But I want to try and make sense. Why would someone want to assassinate Shinzo Abe? Joining me on the broadcast is Ambassador Rakesh Sood, distinguished fellow and former diplomat. Ambassador Anil Trigunyat, again a distinguished former diplomat, joins us on the show. With me on India First is June Isomura, former personal advisor to Shinzo Abe and a senior fellow at the Hudson Institute. Shamshad Ahmad Khan is an assistant professor of international relations at the BITS Pilani Dubai campus. I'm the author of Changing Dynamics of India-Japan Relations. But Ambassador Sood, why would someone want to assassinate a former prime minister who youngsters in the country, as our reporters reporting from Nara, love so much? His Abenomics, his strong stance on China. Japan seemed very fond of him.
Yes, I don't think we really have an answer yet. All we know about the person is that he's about 41 years old. The other fact that we know about him is that he had served with the Marine Self-Defense Forces. So whether he was mentally a troubled person or whether he had some personal sort of angst against former Prime Minister Abe, I think the police will be able to find out only after they investigate. They find out his computer, his telephone, his colleagues, his friends, his network, and things like that. They find out when he got this gun. It was obviously a handmade shotgun, so which leads one to believe that perhaps he had used this 3D manufacturing or additive manufacturing techniques and perhaps used those to develop this. Now, we do know that in the Japanese society, it is extremely, extremely difficult to get hold of a firearm. In fact, the number of casualties, the number of deaths due to weapons in Japan can be counted, is less than 1 in a month. I mean, if you compare that to something like the United States, it is over 100 a day. So this is an extremely, extremely rare kind of crime that we are looking at in terms of both the individual, somebody like former Prime Minister Abe, who really comes from a long-standing political family background. His grandfather was a former Prime Minister. His father was a former Foreign Minister. And somebody, and the manner of the crime. I mean, the use of a weapon, a gun like this. So clearly there is more to it than meets the eye.
A 3D gun manufactured at home, a country-made device, but lethal and used to such devastating impact, Ambassador Trigoniad. When you look at those images, and we've blurred some of those images, but I've seen them and they're shocking. This man is hiding in plain sight, wearing a grey t-shirt, brown cargo trousers, his country-made gun hidden in a bag, wearing his corona mask, and he watches the Prime Minister make his speech and then whips out his weapon, shoots him from behind. Absolutely bizarre. Someone who's so popular, a former Prime Minister, so popular in Japan. How would Shinzo Abe be remembered, sir?
Well, I think, Gaurav, this was a devastating scene and an incident that has happened. Shinzo Abe has been a statesman. He has been the longest-serving Prime Minister in the country. He had great relations with India and can be also said to be the architect of the Indo-Pacific. Because when he spoke at our Parliament building addressing, he mentioned about the confluence of the two seas. And only thing is that motive of this person will eventually come out when the investigations are completed. But he was definitely, Shinzo Abe was his target. So that is, and he said that he wanted to kill him. And the reason being possibly that Shinzo Abe has taken a very hard line against China, against the incursions that were happening on their own island. And the Chinese hegemony, and has been wanting to change the Article 9 of the Constitution. And so all these were taking Japan into a much different domain of self, I would say, protection or maintaining their own territorial integrity. And I think some of them who believed in a more pacifist kind of an approach would have had a difference of opinion. And that is the only reason. That's bizarre, but that is the reason. India
One of the reports seem to indicate, absolutely, one of the reports seem to indicate that this man had a grouse since 2019 and he'd been tracking, Shinzo Abe since then. He'd apparently, and of course this is subject to police verification, some of his videos, some of what he'd put out on social media platforms, all of that is being assessed. His house, we are told, and that's information that's just filtering in. When the police went to his house, they found some kind of explosives there. So more on that in a bit. But Professor Khan, the architect of Quad, what in your appreciation was Shinzo Abe's biggest contribution? Let's now specifically talk about India-Japan relations, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi, spoke of him as one of India's most dependable friends.
Yes, Gaurav, we have lost a friend of India, even though he has a step down, but he has significant influence on Liberal Democratic Party, which is the ruling party, because he was the chief of the #1 faction within the LDP, and in Japan it is allowed to have factions. So there are 4 or 5 factions within the LDP, and Shinzo Abe was one of the he was the head of the largest faction. So, and prior to that, there was an emotional connect that he had with India. And as you mentioned, that I have written a book on India-Japan relation. During the research work, I found that he was influenced after listening to the stories from his grandfather, Kishinobu Suke, who was welcomed by India in 1957. And he was given grand welcome, and he was given a chance to address the Indian masses from the rampart of Red Fort, which only an Indian Prime Minister gets. So Kishi was moved by this gesture from India. And then thereafter, what happens, there was a chill between India-Japan relation because of the Cold War. But as soon as the Cold War got over, there was a new beginning. And when Shinzo Abe was the chief cabinet secretary of Japan, he had written a book where he has envisioned that he wants to see India-Japan relation blossoming up and taking over the US-Japan relationship. So, you know.
And something that he was really working on, both with Dr. Manmohan Singh when there was a UPA government, and subsequently with Prime Minister Narendra Modi taking over in 2014, Ambassador Sood. This relationship, was it then on a different trajectory altogether, 2014 onwards?
Well, yes, I think because while his first tenure was a short tenure, his second tenure was obviously a 9-year-long tenure, but there is a lot of continuity. The ideas that he voiced when he came to India in 2007, in his longer tenure for from 2012 to 2020, he was able to implement them. Don't forget that during that period, he also won 2 elections, one in 2012 and the second one in 2017. So in 2020, he stepped down basically for his personal health reasons.
Yes.
So he was able to put those into practice, as it were, both in the foreign policy domain as well as in the domestic economic policy domain.
What was his contribution? What was his biggest contribution between 2012 and 20 to India-Japan relations? Now, Ambassador Trigunyadit said that Quad was, one brainchild of his, but that was bringing democracies together. Yes, India, Japan in a big way, the United States, the Malabar series of exercises, roping in Australia subsequently. But bilaterally, what was his biggest contribution, Ambassador?
I think his biggest contribution was to give greater content to the economic relationship. He realized that a strong India was a very fundamental part of the kind of security architecture that he visualized, because as he talked of the idea of the coupling for peace, freedom and prosperity, and if we talk of peace, freedom and prosperity, he saw India as a vital partner, and he felt therefore that India needed to be strengthened in that sense. So he used, I think, both the economic factor, the development cooperation factor, a growing role for India in the region. All of this was something that he supported very, very strongly. And we see that growth in terms of its results during the last 5-7 years.
Okay.
The defense side of it was the Quad, because obviously Japan, given its constitutional provisions, has certain self-imposed restrictions. So from that point of view, he preferred that he would work through the Quad, and he was able to bring in Japan, with Japan, he was able to bring in the United States and Australia into it, and thereby impart a certain momentum to it. But at a bilateral level, it was economics and people-to-people connect.
People-to-people connect. 2014 was the year when Prime Minister Narendra Modi went to Japan as Prime Minister for the first time, and that Kashi-Kyoto connect. I'd covered that on Ground Zero. The aim to bring everything about Kyoto to Kashi in terms of development yet retaining its cultural significance, the changes, the investment, the bullet train. These are some of the aspects that we will talk about. But before that, I want to talk for a moment about this 41-year-old shooter, this 41-year-old assassin, Tetsuya Yamagami, who shot the former Japanese Prime Minister, told the police that he aimed to kill. His intent was to kill. He was hiding in plain sight, and we will show you those images, how he's standing, he's waiting there, he's hiding in plain sight, wearing this grey t-shirt, brown cargo trousers, with his weapon concealed in a bag, and the deadly precision with which he kills. Watch this report.
Moments before former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe is shot dead, the assassin can be seen lurking in the background. Tetsuya Yamagami, the man identified as the shooter by the police, wearing a grey t-shirt and beige trousers, is seen in multiple videos from the scene, waiting for an opportune moment to take the shot. After Abe bowed to greet the people who had assembled for the election rally and started speaking, Yamagami pulled the trigger, leaving the crowds shell-shocked. According to eyewitnesses quoted by Japanese media, Yamagami, after firing the shots, laid down the gun and did not try to escape.
He was making his speech, and from behind, a man approached. And we were watching from above, and the first shot was just like a bazooka, like toy-like gun. And nobody collapsed, he was still, and nothing happened. But with the second shot, we could see gunpowder, and we could see the smoke coming out.
Police say Yamagami, a 41-year-old from Nara city in western Japan, was a former member of the Maritime Self-Defense Force. The gun he used was apparently a homemade or modified shotgun. Yamagami, according to police sources, revealed that he shot with the intention to kill Abe. The assassination of the former Prime Minister has stunned Japan, a country with one of the lowest gun crime rates and stringent gun laws in the world. Civilians in Japan are permitted to buy only air guns. Several medical tests and background checks are conducted before allotting a license to any civilian in the country. How Yamagami managed to sneak a gun through the rally venue will be a matter of investigation. Questions will also be raised on the lack of security at a former Prime Minister's rally. Bureau Report, India Today.
And news just coming in, Japan's Prime Minister Fumio Kishida has ordered enhanced security for top politicians in Japan after the assassination of former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida on Friday ordered enhanced security for cabinet ministers and other top politicians after this shooting during an election campaign in the Nara city. Kishida has met his cabinet ministers. In fact, he was campaigning elsewhere. Cabinet ministers were elsewhere. They all rushed to Tokyo. There has been an emergency meeting after the shooting. They've condemned this attack. They've called it dastardly. They've called it barbaric. And there is talk of enhanced security. I once again want to go to Christian Martini joining us from Nara. Christian, what more can you tell us about changes that are being made in the security setup? And what more can you tell us about what's happening on ground zero in Nara, where you are, Christian?
Well, at the moment, there's no security at all, and it's all basically self-managed by the press themselves. So the security is completely gone, and there's a lot of people standing here now, though, compared to what we saw today. Is maybe a size double of the size of the people, and we've seen tens and tens of people coming here to mourn and to give some respect. As you can see right now, people have poured tens and maybe hundreds of flowers. And not only that, but also they left drinks, which is it's a custom in Japan when usually when there's an act of a suicide, people usually leave flowers and something to drink, something that the spirit, the dead, might use in his afterlife. But as you can see, there's almost, now it's becoming a mountain of flowers, and we will see probably this going on until the last train here at the station, or probably until midnight. There's going to be people coming here, and tomorrow we will see this. It's coming tomorrow as well, because this is what Japanese usually do. This is their way of mourning, and we have seen families. We've seen families with little children coming here and bowing down and getting on their knees, even like we're seeing.
Yes.
Right now, people, young people especially, coming and putting themselves on their knees to pay respect for the former prime minister that was brutally shot in this very location.
It is unbelievable, and I stay with me as I bring in Ambassador Rakesh Sood into this conversation once again. Ambassador Sood, several heads of state and governments almost across the world, they said that it's like losing a personal friend. In case of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, we've seen it on ground when he was Chief Minister of Gujarat, then when he became Prime Minister of India, the close bonds that he's had, the visit to Kashi, the visit to Kyoto, all of that in terms of also bringing in investment. As far as other governments are concerned, they're also saying, whether it's Australia or the United Kingdom or other countries in Europe, they're all saying that. So Shinzo Abe, played a key role in taking Japan's ties with countries very, very seriously.
Yes, it is true. I mean, I think the best example of Shinzo Abe's political acumen, I would say, is in the trade negotiations. If you remember, during President Obama's time, there was the Trans-Pacific Partnership, the TPP, that had been started. Now, and it was progressing very well. It involved Japan, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand, and a host of other countries. And when President Trump was elected in 2016, he took over in 2017, one of his first decisions was to take the United States out. Now, normally you would expect that the TPP would just collapse. But I think it stands to somebody like Shinzo Abe's credit that as a political leader, he understood that perhaps this was a time when the US had an aberration, and that the basic content of the TPP was something that was important for the region. He was able to persuade all the other players to remain engaged. He converted it into a CPTPP, a comprehensive and progressive agreement on Trans-Pacific Partnership, kept the door open, and that is how the CPTPP has come into existence.
Okay.
And presumably at a future date, we will find it emerging as a major trade agreement. Now, the point I'm making is that at the same time, he never allowed the fact that he was allowing the CPTPP or encouraging it to affect his relationship with Donald Trump. He continued to enjoy a good relationship with Donald Trump as well, because Donald Trump responded positively on the notion of Indo-Pacific.
The concept of Indo-Pacific is what I was coming to just now, the chief architect of the Quad, to ensure that it becomes a viable option and not just a Giorgio and talk thing. But Shamshad Ahmad Khan, some would argue, yes, there was a lot of talk of bullet train or high-speed trains from Japan coming to India. There was supposed to be one from Ahmedabad to Mumbai. The conversation started in 2014. Where is it on ground in 2022, sir?
Yes, of course. On the issue of bullet train, Shinzo Abe was pivotal. He wanted to, wanted that this project starts off, and there was this 2022 deadline. But because of the acquisition issues, within India, from both sides, like in Gujarat as well as in Maharashtra. This has not concluded, but it is delayed. Nonetheless, it will be culminated maybe 2020. Okay. So, but there are other issues in India-Japan relation where Abe's impact would be felt or imprint would be felt. Topmost is the India-Japan Civil Nuclear Cooperation. As you mentioned, the discussion on this issue has started in 2010, and it was one of the difficult issue of India-Japan relation, and it took longer negotiation, and it was culminated only in 2016. And thanks to Shinzo Abe, who convinced the domestic constituencies which were against selling the nuclear technology because they are nuclear. This is dual-use technology, according to them. So, and India is not NPT signatory, so there were apprehensions within domestic constituencies about
investment in infrastructure is something that when we see a lot of these metro rail projects, a lot of other investment, Shinzo Abe and Prime Minister Narendra Modi's friendship taking it forward, development of Kashi, bringing it on lines of Kyoto. We'll talk about that in greater detail. But for a moment, I once again want to take you back to Japan. Look at that assassin hiding in plain sight. He waited for Japan's former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe to reach the Nara prefecture, to reach that corner where he was supposed to address a political rally. He remained standing there in the background, watched how security was deployed, and watched his movements very carefully in that report we are about to show you. He watched all the movements. Suddenly, he whipped out a weapon, apparently a country-made weapon at home, some kind of a 3D making of that weapon, and fired with deadly precision. Watch this report.
Just like any other day, Shinzo Abe was on the street addressing a rally in support of his party candidate. It was 11:30 in the morning, and a crowd had gathered to hear Japan's longest-serving Prime Minister speak. Abe had just started speaking when shots rang out. This was the moment when the attack occurred in the western city of Nara. Abe collapsed after being hit by 2 bullets. He lay on the ground, his shirt blood-stained from the wounds on his neck and chest.
He was making his speech, and from behind, a man approached, and we were watching from above, and the first shot was just like a bazooka-like, toy-like gun, and nobody collapsed. He was still, and nothing happened. But with the second shot, we could see gunpowder, and we could see the smoke coming out. It was the same gun, yes. And after the first shot, he kind of went back. And with the second shot, Mr. Abe collapsed.
Medics realized that Abe was critical. As medivans airlifted him to the Nara Medical University, there were no vital signs. At 5 p.m., the hospital announced that Abe had died.
Former Prime Minister Abe, he has been transferred to hospital 12:20 on arrival. He has had no vital signs. And we conduct resuscitation measures. However, unfortunately, 5 p.m., he has passed away.
Immediately after the firing, a 41-year-old man was tackled to the ground and arrested. Tetsuya Yamagami confessed to firing at Shinzo Abe. He said he had shot to kill the former prime minister. Japanese media said Yamagami was a former member of the Maritime Self-Defense Force. The attack on Abe stunned Japan, a nation with very stringent gun laws. More so, as political assassination are very, very rare in Japan.
Elections are being held. This is the very foundation of democracy. And such an incident took place. It is barbaric and malicious, and it cannot be tolerated. We will do everything we can. I would like to use the most extreme words available to condemn this act.
The assassination of a very popular Japanese Prime Minister shocked the world. Prime Minister Modi fondly remembered his association with Abe and recalled how he had been an outstanding global leader. Prime Minister Modi also announced one-day national mourning in India to honour Shinzo Abe, who he called a dear friend of India. Bureau Report, India Today.
We will continue to track developments on the story very closely. To all my guests, many thanks for joining me. Need to slip into a quick break here on 5 Live. Coming up next, a big story from Ahmedabad, where the police suspect that there is an international Islamic gang of hackers at play that has attacked several crucial websites in our country. Details coming up.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
इसके कारण ये हुआ है कि दिल्ली एयरपोर्ट अभी वर्ल्ड के लीडिंग एयरपोर्ट्स में है, जहां की हमारा हाईएस्ट रेटिंग है एयरपोर्ट काउंसिल इंटरनेशनल द्वारा। साउथ ईस्ट एशिया में एक भी एयरपोर्ट नहीं है जो कि लेवल 4+ एक्रेडिटेशन जिसको मिला है। लेवल 4+ एक्रेडिटेशन ये चीज़ डिनोट करता है कि अलग अलग स्कोप का जो एमिशन होता है वो हर एक स्कोप पे हमने रिडक्शन किया है।
don't have dollars in our country, and the importing of gas cylinders as well as gas and cooking stoves is very difficult for the country to bear, and therefore now people are again resorting to using various forms of cooking.
මාස දෙක තුනක් තිස්සේම අපිට ගෑස් නැහැ. ගෑස් වලින් තමයි ඉන්නේ. දර වලින් තමයි දැනට උයන්නේ හරිම අමාරුයි. හරි දුකක් විඳින්නේ දර වලින් උයන්න ගියාම.
user-friendliness of this stove. It's quicker to cook, easy to clean, and emits very little smoke and soot. People now can transition. I'm not saying in the short term, but they can permanently transition from gas and using kerosene to using these stoves, because it provides the same kind of usability as a LPG or a kerosene cooker.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India.
The Gujarat Police Crime Branch have uncovered an online hate campaign and a cyber attack against India over Nupur Sharma's remarks. Now, hackers in Malaysia and Indonesia, they've targeted over 2,000 websites in our country. Hackers put out Nupur Sharma's personal details online. The Ahmedabad Police Crime Branch said after Nupur Sharma's incident, Muslim hackers from Malaysia and Indonesia started what they've called a cyber war against India. These are two groups of hackers, the Dragon Force at Malaysia and Hacktivist Indonesia. Both initiated this cyber assault. Both groups have appealed to Muslim hackers across the world to start cyber attacks at various websites in India. Ahmedabad Police Crime Branch says more than 2,000 websites have been hacked by these groups.
How it was decoded? So after the Nupur Sharma incident, there were two hacker groups who called upon all the Muslim hackers of the world to start a cyber war against India. These groups were Dragon Force of Malaysia and Hacktivist of Garud of Indonesia. These two groups then started attacking a lot of government websites, and they were able to infiltrate many government, educational and industries website and leak a lot of data on dark web. For example, Andhra Police data of individual police persons was leaked. Then PAN card and Aadhaar card of several thousands of Indians had leaked online. Then Dish TV is a private company, its website was hacked. Then Times 8 Assam's channel. Just imagine during live channel, Pakistan's flag was shown on the channel's TV, and several messages by these hacker groups were shown. Similarly, Thane Police website was also hacked.
And more breaking news coming in. The Adjudicating Authority of Directorate of Enforcement Directorate has adjudicated on a show cause notice to Amnesty International Private Limited and its CEO Akar Patel for contravention of provisions of the Foreign Exchange Management Act 1999. They've also imposed a penalty to a tune of 51.7 crore rupees and 10 crore rupees respectively. I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Munish Pandey for more on this. Munish, this is huge. The imposition of a penalty of 51.7 crore rupees and 10 crore rupees on Amnesty and Akar Patel. Bring us details.
Well, Gaurav, what we have been given to understand by our sources within the Enforcement Directorate is that between 2013 to 2018, there was a remittance between the UK and Amnesty India International. What the ED is claiming at this point of time is that this was in violation of FEMA Act, and that apply was.
Okay, give me a moment as I try and reestablish that link with India Today's Munish Pandey. But there's more breaking news coming in. And this time from India's neighbor, Pakistan. Now, Pakistan's Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif has glorified a terrorist in Jammu and Kashmir. Shahbaz Sharif says Indian, and this is the language of the Prime Minister, perhaps a man who owes his position to Pakistan's army that abets terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir. And he said that Burhan Wani was martyred this day in 2016, but could never extinguish flame of freedom, and words to that effect. This is Pakistan's propaganda. A terrorist sponsored by a country like Pakistan, he's glorifying terrorism while Pakistan claims to be a victim of terror, while Pakistan remains on the Financial Action Task Force grey list. And I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Foreign Affairs editor Geeta Mohan for more on this. Geeta, this perhaps explains why Pakistan, 1, remains a state sponsor of terror, 2, remains on the FATF grey list because the country continues to sponsor and foment trouble in Jammu and Kashmir.
Not the first time that Pakistan is doing this. Burhan Wani has been a poster boy for Pakistan and is the reason why India at various multilateral and international platforms has been raising one issue alone when it comes to terrorism. Primarily this issue that one person's terrorist cannot be another person's hero. That there needs to be a definition of terrorism and terrorists per se. The fact that the world is still divided on this front is the reason why countries like Pakistan thrive on the issue of terrorism. They thrive on terrorism and they allow and harbor terrorists. But they also support and promote the idea of terrorism, what they, according to them, they call heroes. But the fact of the matter is that there needs to be a definition. It's not just India that should be looking at statements coming in from Pakistan. The world should be looking at it. While they could very likely be off the grey list at the FATF, the fact is that the world's, Gaurav, is a divided world when it comes to who are their friends, which terrorists are they willing to take on, which are the terrorists that they're not willing to take on, depending on their strategic interests. Therefore, India stands in the recent past, India really stands vindicated in the recent past with the stand and positions it has taken, not just with regards to terrorism, also with regards to regions and alliances.
Geeta, this also shows the desperation of whoever is the Prime Minister of Pakistan. I mean, whether it was those obnoxious rants of Imran Khan or Shahbaz Sharif following in his footsteps, because to survive, to remain in power, and for Pakistan army to remain in power, they just need to keep singing this Kashmir song, irrespective of knowing that the world has seen through them.
Well, it is a very sorry state of affairs that a country that has been reeling under tremendous financial stress does not have the economic build-up to look to the future, keeps harping on one issue and one issue alone. There can be outstanding issues. India has outstanding issues with China, but does not forget the importance of how to take a country forward, does not harp on one issue and one issue alone. But for Pakistan, this certainly has become a huge driving point, not just domestically, but also on in international platforms. And they are certainly losing steam because a lot of countries are getting tired of this song by Pakistan, continuing to raise one issue and one issue alone, not focusing on their own country, not looking within, not looking at the issue of terrorism per se.
And terrorism that's killing their own people. A country that may negotiate with Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, which killed their own Pakistan Army school children, that country is actually, the way it is, doomed to fail. Geeta Mohan, for the moment, many thanks for joining me. But that is all we have time for on 5 Live this evening. Coming up next, who will control the Shiv Sena? Who gets the bow and arrow symbol? A big fight between Uddhav Thackeray and Eknath Shinde. The war escalates with Uddhav Thackeray virtually threatening Eknath Shinde, daring him to try and take over the Shiv Sena. That story and lots more coming up with Nabila Jamal. Stay with us.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Why is that every year around the time of monsoons, life comes to a complete standstill in Assam? What makes flooding so deadly in Assam? Is it poor planning, climate change, or is it a culmination of both? More than 174 lives were lost due to current wave of floods in Assam. Continuous rains, landslides and floods have only intensified the loss of lives and property. Experts have pointed out some of the possible reasons here, like faulty flood control measures, shrinking water bodies, population increase, and of course, unregulated construction. The flood in the two river basins of Barak and Brahmaputra is not new, but the intense destruction can be because of these reasons. Moreover, frequent flash floods also add to their woes, which leave people very little time to protect themselves and their property. In many instances, early warnings and flood forecasts don't reach vulnerable population, so there is no scope for preparation at all. Heavy rainfall and large rivers are the characteristic of the Indian subcontinent, spanning from Bangladesh to the northeastern states of India. The Brahmaputra basin is among the most flood-prone areas in the world. Both Brahmaputra and Barak make 40% of Assam quite vulnerable. The Brahmaputra region gets around 1,000 to 6,000 millimeters of rainfall during monsoons. Adding to it are glaciers which start to melt during summer, increasing the volume of water. With the tremendous flow of water, erosion of river banks multiplies tenfolds and compounds the flood. Some studies show that Brahmaputra erodes more than they deposit. This destabilizes and loosens the soil around it. Urban flooding in areas such as Guwahati, Silchar, Tinshukia occurs because of a faulty drainage system of the state. From drainage congestion to choking of local water bodies, urban flooding has intensified. It is because earlier the local water bodies and better draining system would flush out the water. Other reasons like deforestation, climate change also compound flooding problems. Experts say increasing air and surface temperatures have a role to play in the unprecedented floods. It feeds more water from the melting glaciers of the Himalayas. Moreover, studies show that monsoon in India has been affected by the rising global temperature.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
So a new study in India says that couples who have more sex will have a harder time in getting pregnant. Why is it? Well, this is because more sex can impact the male sperm count. A study by the researchers of Kasturba Medical College, MAHE Manipal and the University of Münster, Germany looks at the relation between the length of abstinence and its impact on the male sperm fertility.
Semen quality plays a very important role in establishing pregnancy in partners, and in about 50% of the cases, the infertility is due to male factor. And one of the reasons for male factor infertility is poor quality sperm.
The team of fertility experts from India and Germany looked at the association between the gap of ejaculations as well as the impact it had on sperm fertility in at least 10,000 men. The study's results show that men with normal sperm count should have at least 2 days of abstinence between their ejaculatory cycles, and those that do not have a good sperm count or have low fertility or motility sperm should maintain a gap of at least 6 to 15 days if they are trying to have a child. Fertility in male and females has been a taboo subject and people keep away from it using a 10-foot pole. But infertility is most often seen as a woman's issue and it is them who bear the brunt of not having a child. But it's found that in India, experts believe approximately 50% is due to the male factor of infertility, in most cases attributed to poor sperm quality.
We studied about 10,000 men who visited our IVF center, and we looked at the association between the length of ejaculatory abstinence and the semen quality. And our study has shown that the short abstinence gives good quality sperm, provided the man should have good number of sperm in the ejaculate.
It is generally said that a long spell of abstinence increases the number of sperm count. But fertility experts...
After the CM's chair, Uddhav Thackeray now losing the Shiv Sena's gear in a big blow to him. Corporators from Thane and Dombivli now have ditched Uddhav Thackeray and joined the Shinde faction. Now the fight comes down to who's the real Shiv Sena. Uddhav Thackeray dares Shinde, says Sena is mine. Watch the all-out Sena versus Sena dangle only on 6 PM Prime with me, Nabila Jamal.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls. Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com in association with LIC हर पल आपके साथ, SBI pre-approved personal loan in just 4 clicks, JioMart हर घर का मार्ट.
Sena versus Sena, war explodes. Uddhav bonds Shinde, says Sena is mine. After Chief Minister's chair, Uddhav losing Sena's gear. Top focus at 6 PM Prime. And that's our top focus right here on 6 PM Prime. I'm Nabila Jamal. I'm going to take you through those developments coming in from Maharashtra. Is the Shiv Sena slowly slipping away from the hands of Uddhav Thackeray? More on that. First, the headlines. Shinzo Abe attacker arrested, identified as 41-year-old Yamagami Tatsuya, who is a local of Nara city. He admits that he aimed to kill Abe. Prime Minister Modi condoles the death of dear friend Shinzo Abe, says shocked and saddened beyond words, announces 1 day of national mourning. Sensational details emerge from the NIA's FIR copy in Amravati murder case. NIA states conspiracy to terrorize certain sections of people. And Ahmedabad cops uncover online hate campaign, cyber hate war against India over Nupur's remarks. Prophet Muhammad remarks. Malaysian, Indonesian hackers now target Indian websites. Hackers put out Nupur's personal information as well online. Kali quake jolts Mahua Moitra. TMC is now mulling action against its MP. Madhya Pradesh government wants a lookout circular to be issued against filmmaker Leena Moneymaker Line. And ED issues a show cause notice to Amnesty India. Amnesty India shows A show cause notice over FEMA violations, penalty of 51.7 crore rupees on Amnesty India, 10 crore rupees penalty on the former CEO, Akar Patel. All right, it's Uddhav Sena versus Shinde Sena at it once again. From the battle over the Shiv Sena bow and arrow logo to corporators mass dumping Uddhav Thackeray's camp, the two factions now battle over who the real Shiv Sena is. That battle, of course, continues. While Uddhav Thackeray has declared that no one can take away Shiv Sena from his grasp, Team Uddhav has now moved the Supreme Court yet again, and this time over Eknath Shinde's appointment as the Chief Minister and against Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari's decision to invite the Shinde faction and the BJP to form the government on the 30th of June. In fact, they call the entire process, the assembly session that was conducted where a trust vote was carried out, putting Eknath Shinde to power as the Chief Minister and Deputy Devendra Fadnavis. That itself, that whole process was illegal as the disqualification petition was pending before court. This is precisely what Uddhav camp has said. But it does not stop there. Uddhav Thackeray now has moved Supreme Court, of course, against the Speaker's decision to approve the Chief Whip who belongs to the Shinde faction. In this intense tussle for Balasaheb Thackeray's legacy, who really will emerge the winner?
नवीन चिन्हाचा विचार करा वगैरे अजिबात नाही कारण ते करण्याची गरजच नाहीये हे मी मुद्दामून तुम्हाला सर्वांना एकत्र बोलून ठामपणे सांगतोय की शिवसेनेपासून धनुष्यबाण कोणीही वेगळा करू शकत नाही हे घटनात्मक किंवा कायदेशीर जे अभ्यासक आहेत त्यांच्याशी बोलून मी आपल्याला सांगतोय उगाचच माझ्या मनातलं बरं वाटावं म्हणून बोलत नाहीये
ये आपने लोकतंत्र की और भारत के संविधान की हत्या करके जो सरकार बनाई है ये महाराष्ट्र के लोगों का विकास नहीं कर सकती।
देखिए शिवसेना उसके कुछ विधायक गए सुप्रीम कोर्ट में उनके खिलाफ उस समय डिप्टी स्पीकर ने नोटिस जारी की 2 दिन में जवाब मांगा सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने तारीख लगा दी इस बीच में सरकार बन गई। अब वो कितनी उचित है कितनी अनुचित है कि अभी उस पर फैसला नहीं हुआ ये सारे तथ्य सुप्रीम कोर्ट के सामने हैं। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि विद्वान न्यायाधीशों के सामने जो तर्क हैं साक्ष्य हैं उसके आधार पर फैसला होगा।
The Maharashtra Mahadrama continues to play out in the courts and on the streets as more and more MLAs, corporators and Shiv Sena netas pledge their support to one side or the other, and the legal nuances are being debated before the Supreme Court. A fresh petition was filed on Friday morning by Subhash Desai, who is the General Secretary of the Shiv Sena, who has questioned the governor's decision to invite Eknath Shinde to form the government and to conduct the floor test. The petition filed on behalf of Desai, who is representing the Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena, has laid out the legal nuances. Could the governor have invited Eknath Shinde to take oath as the chief minister when the Shiv Sena party leader is and continues to be Uddhav Thackeray? Could the governor have allowed the floor test to continue when the disqualification proceedings still continue before the Supreme Court? In addition, Desai has also questioned whether these rebel MLAs should be facing disqualification proceedings instead of being rewarded with the chief minister in the assembly. All of these legal nuances will play out once the Supreme Court starts hearing these petitions on Monday, that is the 11th of July. The petition moved this morning is only the latest in a series of petitions that have been filed since the last 3 weeks as the Maharashtra political drama continues to take multiple turns. With several new legal nuances on the anvil, the big question is, what will the Supreme Court do, and will it have any practical implications or practical effects on the power struggle currently going on in Maharashtra? Even as we wait for the apex court to start hearing these matters, several corporators in the Bombay Corporation, in the BMC, have pledged their support to the Eknath Shinde faction, which basically means that the big power struggle in Maharashtra will also be who really controls the Shiv Sena. All of these questions
are things that will play out in the next several weeks. In New Delhi, this is Anisha Mathur for India Today.
All right, now let me quickly cut across to our reporters joining us here. Sahil Joshi joining us live from Mumbai, Mustafa Sheikh as well from Mumbai to give us an understanding. A quick word, Sahil, on an update of this, the petition that the Uddhav Sena or the Uddhav camp have put before the Supreme Court, deeming all that process of a trust vote, allowing for those MLAs who ideally they wanted to disqualify to vote on the floor of the House and to appoint Eknath Shinde as the Chief Minister itself. This entire process of a takeover and a leadership change in Maharashtra itself is illegal, saying that disqualification process has not yet been heard in court and therefore everything else stands illegal. They haven't yet accepted what has happened. Clearly they're taking this up legally. What truly is mentioned in that petition, and is there any scope for Uddhav Thackeray at this point?
Well, it will be very difficult to predict what will happen in the Supreme Court. But of course, all the legal possible options will be definitely tried by the Uddhav Thackeray camp. The important hearing which they are looking forward to is on the 11th of July, because that is the time when they will come to know that whether the actual action taken by the original Uddhav Thackeray camp has been accepted by the Supreme Court or not. And more importantly, the new speaker before the trust vote have given acceptance to the Shinde camp's claim that Eknath Shinde is the leader of Shiv Sena group in Maharashtra Assembly, and making Eknath Shinde the leader of the group and giving an acceptance to that is the original Shiv Sena legislative party. That is something which they want to challenge in the Supreme Court, and that is what on the 11th of July hearing will be clarifying, and that's why that hearing becomes really important for Shiv Sena. Even today when Uddhav Thackeray spoke, he said in those many words that they believe that what will happen in 11th July will definitely benefit them, because that will clarify whether Shiv Sena's claim on the legislative party still remains or it goes against them. He did say that whatever will happen on 11th of July will decide where the democracy of India is going to go. So in one way, they are hoping for the better judgment on their side on 11th of July, but we'll still have to wait and see.
The question is, what will change? Sahil, what will change? Even if the Supreme Court does step in, will things change? Leadership change has already happened. It's now in the hands of Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis. Do you think the Supreme Court now coming in, possibly upholding the disqualification process, will really change dynamics in Maharashtra at this point?
Well, Nabila, I think that the Shiv Sena has clearly accepted the fact that there is, Shiv Sena has broken, 40 MLAs have left Uddhav Thackeray and they have formed a new government in Maharashtra. The real fight right now which is going on is which is the real Shiv Sena. Eknath Shinde camp claims that they are the real Shiv Sena, whereas Uddhav Thackeray claims that they are the real Shiv Sena. Even if the party is right now with Uddhav Thackeray, the party as a structure, the political party is with Uddhav Thackeray. Still, the legislative party, that tag now has gone with Eknath Shinde. So that is where the fight is going on at this point of time. The government has gone. They know that majority of the MLAs are with Eknath Shinde.
Yeah,
they have already formed the government.
It's not just the MLAs, Sahil. The visual that we see on our screens here, sorry to interrupt you, but just to highlight the visual that we see on our screens, this is Eknath Shinde today putting up these photographs on his social media profile on Twitter, where he boasts of the strength that he's got from the grassroots Shiv Sena cadre. These are corporators and people from the Shiv Sena, members of the civic body from various areas, including Thane, Dombivali, and a few other areas as well, who've joined in and showed support to the Shinde faction en masse. And that itself shows that the rank and file largely now is with the Shinde Sena. This means that it's not only the Chief Minister's chair that's gone away from Uddhav Thackeray at this point, but he's also now losing Shiv Sena's gear as a party head. It doesn't seem like the party is anymore in his control. The rank and file of the Shiv Sena now with the Shinde faction entirely.
Well, Nabila, you have to understand one thing, let's not come to any kind of a conclusion, because right now what we are seeing in the photographs are the corporators. Now we should say ex-corporators, because the Thane Municipal Corporation and Kalyan Dombivli Municipal Corporation have already been dissolved. Their terms are already over. This is the area, which was under control of Eknath Shinde. This is where Eknath Shinde draws his power from. And that is the reason why the majority of the councillors have gone with Eknath Shinde. Please understand, there is a difference between the political party, that is the office bearers, the leaders of the party. The national executive is still with Uddhav Thackeray. So the party functionary is with Uddhav Thackeray. Now the rank and file, that we will only come to know. Right now, the people who are been seen with Eknath Shinde are the elected representatives, be it the assembly or the corporators who were elected on the Thane Municipal Corporation or the Kalyan Dombivli Municipal Corporation. The elections there are yet to happen. Once the election happens, that is the time when the real fight will begin, because Uddhav Thackeray will claim that
at this point, Sahil, you may say that. 1 minute,
let me finish.
But is this not a boost to the Shinde camp much in advance? Even before the elections, you already have those corporators whose term has ended. Yes, undoubtedly their term has ended. But the fact that they've come to Shinde camp en masse already looks or projects that Shinde camp will surely take control of the municipal elections that's coming forward. A big boost much in advance for them.
Well, they will definitely try to take control of the party. That is for sure. And that is what is the fight which will happen. When the elections will happen, that is when the ticket distribution will happen, the Uddhav Thackeray camp will claim that they are the political party. They will be deciding who will be the candidates and the symbol of Shiv Sena, who will be contesting on the symbol of Shiv Sena. That is where the fight will happen. The Shinde camp will definitely counter it. Will this go to the election commission? That is going to be the crucial part. Once it goes to the election commission, whose claim the election commission accepts, it's going to be the challenge right now. But what Uddhav Thackeray is claiming, that even if the elected representatives who were elected on the Shiv Sena ticket have gone with Eknath Shinde, the rank and file, the cadre and the local leaders are still with Shiv Sena, and that is what Uddhav Thackeray is claiming. And the only way we will be able to understand whether what Uddhav Thackeray is claiming is true or not will only happen when the local body elections,
absolutely. So that's possibly what Uddhav Thackeray is also waiting for patiently.
We'll come to know about this.
Right. So Mustafa Sheikh also joining us. Mustafa, we believe that Uddhav Thackeray right now, it seems like the ground beneath him has quickly disappeared. In fact, we don't have Mustafa, as I'm being told. Sahil, over to you only on that. We believe that at least 10 MPs of the Shiv Sena, when we speak of rank and file, let's talk about the MPs. 10 MPs of the Shiv Sena, is it not true, are currently in touch with the Shinde camp, is what we hear. There's enough buzz that at least 10 MPs are mulling over shifting their loyalties. So this also means an added boost to the Shinde Sena if they really want to approach the election commission and stake claim to be the real Shiv Sena, including taking ownership of the party symbol. It adds to their demand at this point, isn't it?
Well, it will definitely help Eknath Shinde to go and claim to the election commission that they are the real party. So, we have to understand one thing. The legislative party in Maharashtra Assembly, the parliamentary party in Lok Sabha, and the actual political party are different entities altogether. These entities, like even including the member of parliaments and the MLAs, are the elected bodies or the elected representatives from the political party in the legislative assembly or in the Lok Sabha. So you're right, absolutely, that 11 MPs have already written to Uddhav Thackeray saying that they should be supporting Draupadi Murmu, the presidential candidate given by the BJP at this point of time. Today, when Uddhav Thackeray was asked this question, he merely said that he will discuss with the member of parliament, MPs, and then he will take a call. But looking at the situation, what we can see on the ground at this point of time, yes, there is a support for Eknath Shinde camp, even in the MPs. There are MPs from Vidarbha, there are MPs from Mumbai, and also from Palghar district, have some way decided to go with Eknath Shinde, but they will be looking for the right opportunity. Maybe this will happen when the parliament session will begin. the way it had happened in the Lok Jan Shakti Party, that when the parliament session was on, then they formed a separate group, approached the speaker and got themselves identified as the main parliamentary party. Similarly, that can happen in Shiv Sena, because the majority of the MPs have right now written that Shiv Sena should be supporting the BJP candidate for the president's post. So that is another fight which will happen. But again, I'm trying to tell you, Shiv Sena has kind of accepted the fact, Uddhav Thackeray specifically, that the elected representatives, the MLAs and the MPs have already gone. They have split. There will be more splits. He will be seeing the real contest will happen when the elections will happen, when different local self bodies will go for the election, and specifically the BMC, the Thane Municipal Corporation, the Kalyan Dombivli Municipal Corporation, the Nasik Municipal Corporation. That is the time when Shiv Sena will realize what actually is their real strength at this point of time. Will they be able to take up the challenge created by Eknath Shinde at this point of time? The government has gone, the elected representatives have gone, but that will be the real challenge in front of Uddhav Thackeray, and how that challenge is taken up by Uddhav Thackeray, we will only come to know when the elections will happen.
You know what, stay with us, but thank you very much for that perspective there. From what we understand clearly, by and large, we see that the Shinde camp has the support, but let's not be in a rush to conclude here right now for Uddhav Thackeray, is what Sahil says, because the upcoming municipal body elections will be really a symbolic message to Uddhav Thackeray, whether he's lost out or he's still in the game. A quick look here on the Maharashtra power sharing formula. If I can take you through what Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis right now are trying to conjure up. At this point, expanding their cabinet is their top focus. And from what we see here, that Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis are looking at a cabinet berth sharing formula where they get adequate representation on both ends. Eknath Shinde camp, we believe, wants at least 8 cabinet berths. We're also looking at Devendra Fadnavis, who's now eyeing at 29 cabinet berths. Remember, Fadnavis, as per Shinde, was gracious enough to give him the Chief Minister's chair. So it seems like both of them are in tandem while they're deciding on drawing out a proper plan to expand their cabinet. Now, Eknath Shinde camp to get 5 ministers of state. That's also something that we've got information of. At this point, Shinde also, we believe, wants independent cabinet berths on BJP quota. So many of those independent MLAs who shifted loyalties and joined the Shinde faction, rebelled against the Mahavikas Aghadi, they also must be adequately represented, is what Shinde asks for, but BJP's quota should be given to them. Now, Shinde camp wants to retain present portfolios. Remember, many of the portfolios that were given to the Shinde loyalists, they want to retain those same portfolios because work was done halfway. They want to continue it for the next 2.5 years. Shinde camp wants key corporations like the MADA and the SEEDCO. This is also something that they are currently eyeing. Remember, it's a big blow right now for Uddhav Thackeray as 2 major municipal corporations, Thane as well as Dombivli, both of them now are in the hands of Shinde. Of course, when I say in the hands of Shinde, municipal elections, corporation elections is yet to happen in a few months' time, but the fact that en masse, many of the corporators whose terms have ended have joined Shinde camp already gives them an added thrust. Now, a Maharashtra cabinet expansion is likely on the cards here. As per what we know, Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis are heading to Delhi to meet with party top brass. Sources tell India Today that Shinde Sena faction and the BJP have formed a power sharing formula already. And that's what we listed out to you. The Shinde camp is now eyeing at 8 cabinet berths, while BJP is rooting for 29. Shinde camp now wants to retain the present portfolios that were stripped off by Uddhav Thackeray, while sources say that Shinde and co want independent MLAs in the faction to get cabinet berths under the BJP quota. They need to be adequately represented. Here we see that both sides are being quite accommodative. In fact, even the Fadnavis has taken very well all the suggestions put forth by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. This is as per our latest update. Let me quickly cut across to Mustafa joining us live for more on that. Mustafa, a quick word on any chances for Uddhav Thackeray at this point. It seems like Devendra Fadnavis as well as Eknath Shinde, both of them are all set to come to Delhi. Is this a victory lap post their big win in 2 corporations, be it Thane or Dombivli? Most of the corporators whose terms have ended have now joined hands with Shinde. This already comes as a big boost for them, much ahead of the municipal corporation elections. Setting the tone already.
Well, yes, Eknath Shinde's Delhi visit remains very crucial. Shinde's Delhi visit is very crucial because the cabinet expansion is yet to happen. This will be his first visit after he became the chief minister. And remember, last week when Devendra Fadnavis went to meet the BJP chief and home minister in Delhi, things had changed. We have been told that the decision that Eknath Shinde will be chief minister of Maharashtra is something which was taken at the Delhi meet. So Delhi meetings are very crucial. We have to wait and see what happens because there are many Shiv Sena rebel MLAs who have joined Eknath Shinde camp are eyeing the cabinet post. Whether they get them or not is one thing. The second important thing about Uddhav Thackeray, who is fighting for his party, who is fighting for the symbol, it's a very important decision what Supreme Court decides on 11th of July, whether they are able to decide on the 10th schedule, because Eknath Shinde has neither left Shiv Sena, he has not joined any other party. He is claiming a party within a party. Whether that is allowed or not is something which the Supreme Court has to decide, and Uddhav Thackeray is hoping that the decision comes in his favor. Back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mustafa, for joining us on that. Now, let me quickly shift focus here on the other side. We're looking at the Enforcement Directorate calling Satyendra Jain's wife next week for questioning for her association with alleged shell companies and certain transactions. This is the big news that we're currently tracking. ED has summoned Satyendra Jain's wife. Satyendra Jain's wife now to be called in for questioning. This comes as a huge setback, as right now already ED in control of this investigation with regards to huge corruption allegations. In fact, Satyendra Jain right now is being scrutinized by the Enforcement Directorate. His wife, at this point, we believe, will also be called in for questioning. Now, also at this point, the Delhi High Court dismisses a plea of Satyendra Jain's suspension as minister in the Delhi cabinet. We're seeing quite some developments here. Satyendra Jain, of course, struggling to escape ED investigation as it intensifies. The Enforcement Directorate now further probing into Satyendra Jain's wife and her involvement as well in several of those alleged shell companies and certain transactions that may have involved her. Let me quickly cut across to Munish for more on this. Munish, a quick word on Satyendra Jain's status with regards to this investigation on corruption allegations. Also, his wife now being called in for questioning.
Well, Nabila, Satyendra Jain's wife, Poonam Jain, has been called by the Enforcement Directorate on July 14th for questioning this case. As far as the case is concerned, what ED has alleged that there were 4 shell companies linked to Satyendra Jain, and later those companies were also associated to Satyendra Jain's wife, Poonam Jain, and that is why she has been called for questioning. Not only that, there are certain transactions regarding which the ED wants to question Poonam Jain in connection with the case. So on July 14th, she will be called. Earlier, Satyendra Jain was arrested. He is in judicial custody, and also we have been given to understand is that there are 2 other associates of Satyendra Jain who were recently arrested by ED in connection with this case. Nabila.
All right, I'm going to come back to you, Munish, on that. In fact, we are tracking the story at this point. Satyendra Jain's wife now also called in by the Enforcement Directorate for questioning. Huge allegations of corruption. While we're on this story, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, heavy rains wreak havoc in Karnataka's Udupi as schools now shut after a red alert that's been issued. More details up next. Stay with us.
आ गई? कैसा रहा दिन?
बहुत अच्छा।
कोई वीडियो गेम कवर करने गई थी ना?
वीडियो गेम नहीं माँ, e-sports।
E-sports?
माँ, e-sports is just like any other competitive sport. इसमें ना वो सब फीलिंग्स है जो किसी भी और स्पोर्ट्स में है। इसमें इमोशन है, इसमें एंगर है, इसमें सैडनेस है, इसमें हैप्पीनेस है, इसमें कमराडरी है। ये सिर्फ गेम नहीं, ये ई स्पोर्ट्स का प्रीमियर लीग ESPL है।
прийшов, квіти полив, наприклад, або викинув ті, що не вижили, да? Почистив холодильник, помив просто підлогу, прибирав скло, бо у багатьох просто не було вікон, ну хата ціла, вікон не було. Якщо є, то от тобі ключі висилають нову пошту, або візьми в сусіда, або там під ковриком, або ще десь. Я просто приходив, там в одних полити квіти, в одних розмінірувати холодильник, в третіх просто подивитися, чи є там щось. Ми виїжджали із Ірпеня, я приїхав в Київ, повернувся в березні, і коли ще було тут окуповано все, потім після вже деокупації, багато моїх знайомих знали, що я тут на місці, вони мене просили просто прийди подивися, чи цілий будинок, чи є вікна, двері. Якщо ви приїхали квартирою, якою не користувалися довго, там, пару місяців, особливо якщо там був вимкнений холодильник, то просто це дуже трешова штука, почистити його, просто прибрати, особливо морозилку. І от мені подарували протигаз, я їм користувався, не цей холодильник чистив, а інший, але користувався, це дуже допомагає, тому що є нюанси.
All right, a quick look at this dramatic footage coming in from Gujarat. Monsoon fury unleashes mayhem in Gujarat. These are the visuals coming in from Gujarat in Kutch, Mandvi and Nakhatrana. These are areas where we see severe waterlogging, vehicles seen floating on the roads. In fact, red alert sounded in areas of Gujarat. This is the Kutch area where we see severe waterlogging, vehicles there floating. In fact, we see that several states already, the Met Department issuing a red alert. At this point, heavy rains reported in several states, including Gujarat, Karnataka, as well as Maharashtra. These are visuals coming in from the Kutch region of Gujarat as monsoon fury unleashes mayhem there. Live visuals showing Gujarat fully flooded. Gujarat's Kutch, Mandvi and Nakhatrana. These are areas where we're seeing severe waterlogging, vehicles seen floating on the roads. All right, similar visuals coming in even from the state of Karnataka. Karnataka's Mangaluru-Udupi area, we're seeing heavy rainfall. Cutting across to those visuals coming in from Anganwadi schools and colleges were shut in that district following a rain red alert. India Today's reporter Karthik has travelled to Udupi to see the situation firsthand. A government school, as you see here, children there struggling to make their way. In fact, schools have been shut for at least 4 days is what we hear. Government school in this district was inundated for the last few days. Children were asked to stay home. Classrooms there fully submerged.
We'll go that side or what?
These are visuals coming in of Padkone village in Baindur Taluk of Udupi district. That's been completely inundated. Rescue operations currently underway in some of those villages. Some residents have been walking on those submerged roads. Some are being rescued on boats. Agricultural fields have turned into lakes, rivers due to incessant rainfall. At this point, we're seeing rain alert, red alert sounded in several states, and Karnataka is one of them. We're looking at the coastal areas of Mangaluru and Udupi, completely inundated. Severe rainfall, at least last 4 days. We see that schools have been shut, children asked to stay home. Rescue and relief operations happening in the district of Udupi. Thankfully, so far, we've heard of no casualties at this point. We believe that the rescue teams trying to help people who are stranded in those areas that are completely inundated. Quickly cutting across to Karthik, our reporter who's right there on ground.
Well, I'm currently at Udupi district. Now, the district has been battered by continuous rains, and currently a red alert is continued in the district. And I'm currently at a government school at Uppuru in Udupi, and you can see the school has been completely inundated with rainwater. Now, continuous rain has caused waterlogging and flooding in many parts of the district. Karnataka Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai is also expected to chair a meet with the DCs and other officers regarding the flooding and also to take stock of the situation. For the past 4 days, the school has been shut because it has been inundated. Many files have been, completely damaged because of water and flooding that has happened in the school. Now, they say this is not the first time, and every year, such when Udupi faces rains, this school gets inundated, and the DC and also the Met Department has forecasted rains for another few days, and so the entire district is on high alert, and also the rescue person or NDRF and the state secure rescue team are also on high alert to ensure that the situation does not get out of hand and are prepared to face any untoward situation. With video journalist Shivmurthy, this is Karthik for India Today.
All right, it's not just Gujarat and Karnataka. We also see heavy rains coming in Mumbai. Severe rains lashing Mumbai, Thane, Palghar. The meteorological department has now issued a red alert in all these areas. Heavy rains wreaked havoc in coastal Karnataka as well. Many villages in Udupi too inundated. A quick report and a roundup on the states that we're looking at rain fury unleashing mayhem.
Nine tourists from Punjab drowned on Friday morning as their car fell into the Dhila River in Uttarakhand's Ramnagar. The car was washed away by strong currents. Traffic on the Chamoli-Kund highway is disrupted due to landslide. The Met Department has issued a red alert for Mumbai, Thane and Palghar as monsoon sweeps India. The Met team is warning of heavy rainfall at many places in the state. Many rivers including Krishna, Dudhganga and Vedganga that flow into Karnataka are in spate. Residents living in villages situated close to the banks of these rivers have been alerted. Heavy rains are lashing coastal Karnataka. The Met Department has issued a red alert for the Udupi and Dakshina Kannada districts. Many villages in Udupi are inundated.
I'm currently at a government school at Uppuru in Udupi, and you can see the school has been completely inundated with rainwater. Now, continuous rain has caused waterlogging and flooding in many parts of the district. Karnataka Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai is also expected to chair a meet with the DCs and other officers regarding the flooding and also to take stock of the situation.
Total 4 ದಿನದಿಂದ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ರಜೆ ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ.
Life is limping back to normalcy in Assam's flood-affected districts. While the worst of the flood seems to be over, Brahmaputra's tributaries, Desang and Bureding continues to flow above the danger level mark, according to the Assam State Disaster Management Authority. Over 9.68 lakh people in 837 villages across 15 districts of the state are affected by the flood. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, we're going to shift our focus right after a short break. 67-year-old former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe has been confirmed dead after being shot at twice in the chest. The world now mourning his death. We're going to tell you what happened in a detailed report right after this short break. Stay with us. Wedding bells again for Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. 6 years after divorce, Bhagwant Mann married Dr. Gurpreet Kaur in a close private affair in Chandigarh. This was his second wedding. Who is Dr. Gurpreet Kaur? 32 years old Gurpreet hails from a village in Pehowa area of Haryana's Kurukshetra. She is the youngest of the 3 sisters in her family. Gurpreet Kaur, whose nickname is Gopi, completed her MBBS from Maharishi Markandeshwar University 4 years ago. She is a practicing doctor and lives in Mohali with her family.
Her father, Inderjeet Singh Nath, is a farmer. As per media reports, he had previously worked as the Sarpanch of Madanpur village. Her mother is a homemaker. Gurpreet's uncle, in fact, Gurjinder Singh Nath, is a member of the Aam Aadmi Party. Nath had said that there were talks of marriage in the family for about 2 years. Bhagwant Mann's mother and sister chose Gurpreet to be Mann's bride-to-be. In fact, Gurpreet and Mann's families have known each other for at least 4 years as per sources. Apart from close family members, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and AAP leader Raghav Chadha also attended the wedding in Chandigarh. Bhagwant Mann's first marriage was with Inderpreet Kaur. They divorced almost 6 years ago. In 2015, Bhagwant Mann and his first wife Inderpreet Kaur filed for divorce with mutual consent in court. The comedian turned politician Bhagwant Mann entered politics in 2011. In 2014, he became an MP from Sangrur on an AAP ticket. His first wife, Inderpreet Kaur, was present with him during the campaigning for 2014 Lok Sabha elections. Mann also won the election from Sangrur in 2019. In 2022, he took oath as the Chief Minister of Punjab. Bhagwant Mann's son, Dilshan Mann, is 17 years old and daughter Sirat Kaur Mann is 21 years old. Both of them live with their mother, Inderpreet Kaur, in the United States. They visited India in March this year to attend their father's swearing-in ceremony as the Chief Minister of Punjab. In fact, Mann's argument in his divorce application was that he wanted divorce because he wanted to focus on politics. Bhagwant Mann had said that he is unable to give his family any time because of politics. After the divorce, he wrote a post on social media. He said that he chose Punjab over his family. He is separating from his wife for politics. On the other hand, Bhagwant Mann's then wife, Inderpreet Kaur, in her divorce application had said and given conditions that if Bhagwant Mann leaves India, shifts to California and leaves politics, then she will withdraw the divorce application. Well, now political leaders across parties have taken to social media to convey their best wishes. Even Twitterati reacted to the news with much joy.
You've made several innovations, even Indianized the menu in a certain way. Has the core of that, the genesis of all that, been the fact that you're vegetarian and you believe that, a very meat-heavy kind of a menu line may not have that much success in India?
The aloo tikki was our first local innovation. And, again, coming from the vegetarian side, I think most people would rely on sort of my judgment and with a few others, of course, from the team when it came to vegetarian products. So I feel it did help dramatically. And today, if you think about it, 25 years later, 325 plus restaurants ahead, the vegetarian and McDonald's has been pretty well connected.
Now, former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's assassination has shocked the world. Abe succumbed to his injuries hours after he was shot at twice with a shotgun while delivering a speech in the city of Nara, Japan. Here's a quick detailed report on what happened.
Just like any other day, Shinzo Abe was on the street addressing a rally in support of his party candidate. It was 11:30 in the morning and a crowd had gathered to hear Japan's longest-serving Prime Minister speak. Abe had just started speaking when shots rang out. This was the moment when the attack occurred in the western city of Nara. Abe collapsed after being hit by 2 bullets. He lay on the ground, his shirt blood-stained from the wounds on his neck and chest.
He was making his speech, and from behind, a man approached. And we were watching from above, and the first shot was just like a bazooka-like, toy-like gun. And nobody collapsed. He was still, and nothing happened. But with the second shot, we could see gunpowder, and we could see the smoke coming out. It was the same gun, yes. And after the first shot, he kind of went back. And with the second shot, Mr. Abe collapsed.
Medics realized that Abe was critical. As medivans airlifted him to the Nara Medical University, there were no vital signs. At 5 p.m., the hospital announced that Abe had died.
Former Prime Minister Abe, he has been transferred to hospital 12:20. On arrival, he has had no vital signs. And we conduct resuscitation measures. However, unfortunately, 5 p.m., he has passed away.
Immediately after the firing, a 41-year-old man was tackled to the ground and arrested. Tetsuya Yamagami confessed to firing at Shinzo Abe. He said he had shot to kill the former prime minister. Japanese media said Yamagami was a former member of the Maritime Self-Defense Force. The attack on Abe stunned Japan, a nation with very stringent gun laws. More so, as political assassination are very, very rare in Japan.
It is barbaric and malicious, and it cannot be tolerated. We will do everything we can. I would like to use the most extreme words available to condemn this act.
The assassination of a very popular Japanese Prime Minister shocked the world. Prime Minister Modi fondly remembered his association with Abe and recalled how he had been an outstanding global leader. Prime Minister Modi also announced one-day national mourning in India to honor Shinzo Abe, who he called a dear friend of India. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to Ken Moriyasu. Ken Moriyasu is a diplomatic correspondent with Nikkei Asia from Tokyo. Thank you very much, Ken, for joining us. We deeply regret the demise of Shinzo Abe. It's truly shocked us for the relationship that India had with Japan thanks to Abe. Today, we are in mourning along with you. Give us an understanding on how the people of Japan are currently perceiving this.
So this has been a truly shocking day for Japan. The news broke around 11:30 our time. So Abe was giving a speech in the ancient capital of Nara. He started around 11:29, and just 1 minute into the speech, he was shot twice, the second bullet being the fatal one, passing through his neck and through his chest. And he was taken to the hospital, and 5.5 hours of treatment. Around 20 medical staff had tried to resuscitate him. And his wife, Akie, arrived from Tokyo around 5 p.m. And at 5:03, he passed away. And it's been very shocking. The coverage, of course, has dominated TV all day long.
You know, Ken, at this point, we believe that the police who's investigating this case, they've raided the house, the home of that assassin, and they found some explosives. Do you believe that there is a larger conspiracy, maybe someone else much bigger than him, who's behind this act?
Yeah, so the motivation is very difficult to understand. In the past, Japan was a divided country, divided over whether to be pro-US or pro-communism. That's 60 years ago. More recently, there's been a division of how to deal with China. 10 years ago, in the Hatoyama era, this new government tried to embrace China and distance Japan from the US to have a more balanced relationship. People like Abe were very much against that, saying that Japan should firmly be in America's camp. But more recently, the majority of Japanese people are united in the understanding that China poses a threat and that we must be prepared for a Taiwan crisis. So it's not like Japan is divided anymore. So it's very hard to understand why this suspect would have such a motivation. Yeah. And to the police, he said that he was frustrated with Abe and had the intention of killing him, but he said that it was not based on Abe's political beliefs, it was something else. So we really have to watch.
What else, Ken? When you say something else, is there any suspicion on that, on whether this could be something absolutely apart from what we believe that he's admitted to the police? He says that he didn't like some of the policies and therefore he was out there to kill. What do you think could be the other reason that could have driven this man, who was an ex-soldier, and that's what comes as a shocker?
Well, the soldier period was just 3 years. So it wasn't like he was a lifetime soldier. And also it could have been something related to domestic economy or his job situation. Because life is tough recently with the inflation and wages not going up. And it is true that Abe did introduce more competition in the economy, cutting down on subsidies. So it could be related to that. We really don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, Ken, as we see this, this of course has come to shock the world. While the world is now in mourning, we see, I'm sorry to ask you this at this point, of course, while your country is mourning at this point, we see some parts of China, especially those on social media, celebrating the death of Shinzo Abe, almost cheering the man, the assassin who's killed him, saying that he's a hero, wishing Abe death even before death was declared. Where do you think this is coming from?
Well, there are crazy people in every country. That's sad. But, Abe wasn't really calling for war with China at all. Abe was a very strategic thinker. And for instance, Japan has always had the threat of having a three-front war. Japan always had to worry about China, always had to worry about the Korean Peninsula, and also had to worry about Russia. The worst case scenario would be for Japan to have all three threats coming at Japan. So Abe was very skillful in trying to establish diplomacy with Putin. Although this was very unpopular among the Japanese public, he met Putin dozens of times. And this was to reduce one of those threats so that Japan could focus on the Korean Peninsula and China, especially China. Yeah. So that was the kind of thinking. He wasn't like, racist or had any personal grudges against China at all.
Yeah, what was his views on India on a quick note as we mourn his death? In fact, India has also declared a day of national mourning over Shinzo Abe's death. Your take, a quick word on his thoughts and affection for India.
Right. So Abe very early on decided that Japan's future was to team up with the like-minded countries.
All right, quickly cutting across to another update coming in from Lina, the filmmaker, controversial filmmaker, Lina Manimekalai, who comes out with another tweet here. She puts out a tweet, and I quote, "My Kali is queer. She is free spirit. She spits at patriarchy. She dismantles Hindutva. She destroys capitalism. She embraces everyone with all her 1,000 hands." This is Lina Manimekalai coming stronger with her retort over much of the backlash that has come her way against the poster that she put out initially of Ma Kali smoking. That poster now resulting in huge furor across India. Several conservative Hindus slamming Lina Manimekalai for portraying or depicting Ma Kali smoking a cigarette, calling this atrocious and hurting religious sentiments. Lina now, in fact, taking this a notch up, far away from apologizing. Lina Manimekalai now comes out with another tweet, and this time with a hardened stance, almost expressing her view of Kali, her vision of Kali. She says, and I quote, "My Kali is queer. She's a free spirit. She spits at patriarchy. She dismantles Hindutva. She destroys capitalism. She embraces everyone with her 1,000 hands." This is her imagination of Ma Kali, and that's what she's put out here explicitly in another tweet that comes from Lina Manimekalai, the filmmaker. In fact, she right now, remember, faces multiple FIRs, but the point is she's in Toronto. She's in Canada. Of course, the Indian government has reached out. The embassy has reached out to the Canadian government, or has expressed disappointment in a poster of such nature being released at one of their museums. The Aga Abbas Khan Museum also pulled that poster down, apologizing for hurting religious sentiments. But it doesn't seem like this has deterred Lina Manimekalai one bit. In fact, this seems to have emboldened her further to come out with a series of tweets there, further explaining her vision of Ma Kali. And in her latest tweet, Lina Manimekalai now, speaking of her imagination of Ma Kali and how she perceives her goddess, she says, and I quote, "My Kali is queer. She's a free spirit. She spits at patriarchy. She dismantles Hindutva. She destroys capitalism. She embraces everyone with all her 1,000 hands." This is Lina Manimekalai, who comes out with another really strongly worded tweet, and this time again explaining and expressing her thoughts and imagination of what Ma Kali to her is. This is coming at a time when India is furious with many of the tweets and posters that Leena Manimekalai has put on her social media platform, and also released it in one of the museums in Toronto, showing Ma Kali smoking. It all started with that one poster of showing Ma Kali smoking. This was the poster of her documentary film. And of course, now that erupted in huge outrage. Protests that you see of that nature, that you see on our screens here, where effigy is being burnt in different parts of India, particularly Kolkata, West Bengal, where the BJP has taken this matter as a massive campaign condemning the filmmaker and also those who supported Leena Manimekalai. For example, Mahua Moitra, who spoke at the India Today Conclave East about her imagination of Ma Kali, on how to her, Ma Kali is meat-eating, alcohol-accepting goddess. This is, of course, again, come as huge trouble for Mahua Moitra as well, after complaints and FIRs are filed against Mahua too. Now, Leena Manimekalai taking this a notch up and further maybe enraging quite a large section of the Hindu population who are already outraged with a series of posts that she's put out and images. Now, Leena Manimekalai with a fresh tweet says, "My Kali is queer. She is a free spirit. She spits at patriarchy. She dismantles Hindutva. She destroys capitalism. She embraces everyone with all her 1,000 hands." Now, this also comes in the backdrop of that Ma Kali poster, holding, not just smoking, but also holding an LGBT flag right at the back. If you see the rainbow flag, the LGBT flag right at the back that Ma Kali is holding along with herself smoking. This precisely is what she quotes and says, that my God, my Kali is queer. Rahul Ishwar, Hindu activist, joining us for more on that. Rahul, a quick word on Leena Manimekalai's tweet yet again, reinforcing her thoughts of Ma Kali. Says, "My Kali is queer, she's free-spirited, she spits at patriarchy, she dismantles Hindutva, she destroys capitalism, embraces everyone with all her 1,000 hands." Doesn't seem like she wants to back off. She's hardening her stance at this point, saying, "This is my imagination, you do what you want."
See, there is no personal Kali or private Kali for anyone. We have unique relationship with God. But Leena use all this bahana. These are only masks. These are only garb. Her core thing is Hindu hatred, Hindu phobia. And she's masking it with all these liberal things. Yesterday, she tweeted Paramadev, Mahadev, Parameshiva, or Parvati with cigarettes. So basically, she doesn't like Hindus. She hates Hindus, and she's portraying. The core submission is liberty comes with responsibility. Creativity comes with sensitivity. Unless we are mutually respecting, sensitive, and responsible, how do we live in a diverse world? So Leena is simply having bahana. These are lame excuses. Her core thing is hatred. And I thank Aga Khan Museum for cancelling it and expressing regret. She has still not agreed to express regret. That's the reason why there should be a legal action. 295A, 153, all should be applied. And these kind of lame excuses and half-baked arguments don't hold water. And she got support from CPI-ML, which is the urban Naxal or the far-left organization. So we also know where her social leanings are. So let us not fool ourselves. She's just bluffing.
Rahul Ishwar, thank you very much. Leena Manimekalai, of course, digging in her heels, saying that you do what you want, you say what you wish to, but to me, my Kali is queer, she's free-spirited, she spits at patriarchy, she embraces all with 1,000 hands. That's more or less her tweet that she's put out in another attempt to solidify her stance, to say and rubbish all the controversial allegations, or this whole controversy itself largely that's erupted because of her. All right, on this note, I end this bulletin right here. Do stay tuned. On the other side, 67-year-old former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe has been confirmed dead after being shot at twice in the chest. The world currently in mourning. We're going to break down for you what really happened. Do stay tuned. On the other side, Preeti Chaudhary.
जो गरीब है, जो पिछड़ा है, जो एलिजिबल है, उसको जो है वो तरक्की की धारा में शामिल होना चाहिए, ये हमारा संकल्प है.
Prominent minority face of the BJP, Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi, has recently resigned from the post of Minority Affairs Minister as his term comes to an end. He was also the deputy leader of the upper house. With his resignation coming a day before the end of his Rajya Sabha term, there are speculations that the party may nominate Naqvi for the vice presidential election to be held on August 6th. Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi is a well-known Muslim leader who has contributed to pro-Hindutva BJP. Raised in a devout family in the village of Bhadari, Allahabad, Uttar Pradesh, Naqvi has always been attracted to social movements. He has been a member of the Sampurna Kranti movement. Naqvi's education in mass communication has made him one of the nation's best communicators and opinion leaders. His political career began in 1980 as a candidate for the Janata Party, but the election turned out to be unsuccessful. Later, he contested as an independent candidate in the Ayodhya constituency in the 1980s Lok Sabha elections. In 1988, Naqvi won the Lok Sabha seat in Uttar Pradesh's Rampur elections. In 1998, during the reign of Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi was assigned the post of Minister of State for the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. From 2010 to 2016, Naqvi was elected as an MP of the Rajya Sabha for Uttar Pradesh and later was appointed as the Minister of State for Minority Affairs in 2016. Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi again took his oath in 2019 and continued serving in the Minority Affairs Ministry. Furthermore, he became a member of the party's Central Election Committee and in charge of the BJP's organization. Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi declared August 1st as the Muslim Women's Rights Day, commemorating the criminalization of instant triple talaq. Naqvi also pushed for providing equal opportunities, promoted minority education. Naqvi provided scholarships to several students. The scholarship was intended to reduce the dropout rate and promote female education. Naqvi's mantra of reform, perform and transform for the weaker sections made India the first country to perform entire process of Hajj registration online. Moreover, Naqvi also played quite an important role in ensuring and facilitating women
United States, Britain and their allies are hitting the Russian gold this time. At the G7 summit, the countries decided to ban the purchase of newly mined and refined gold from Russia. Gold is Russia's second largest export industry after energy. And for the first time since the 1917 Bolshevik Revolution, Russia appears to have defaulted on its foreign debt. So far, Russia has used its gold reserves and swapped it with liquid foreign exchange to bypass the economic sanctions. But things are about to change. Russia has increased its gold purchase since 2014. It is one of the world's biggest producers of gold. Now the country holds $100 billion to $140 billion in gold reserve.
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching 7 at 7, the only news bulletin where I curate the day's top 7 stories for our viewers. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. These are the headlines. 67-year-old former Japan Prime Minister Shinzo Abe confirmed dead after being shot twice in the chest. World in mourning. Shinzo Abe attacker arrested, identified as 41-year-old Yamagami Tetsuya, who is a local of Nara city. He admitted that he aimed to kill Abe. Prime Minister Modi condoles death of dear friend Shinzo Abe, says shocked and saddened beyond words, announces one-day national mourning. Sensational details emerge from NIA's FIR copy in Amravati murder case. NIA states conspiracy to terrorize certain section of people. Ahmedabad cops uncover online hate campaign, cyber hate war against India over Noopur's prophet remark. Malaysian and Indonesian hackers targeted websites. Hackers put out Noopur's personal details online. Kali quake jolts Mahua Moitra TMC's Malik action against the MP. Madhya Pradesh government wants to issue a lookout notice against filmmaker Leena. ED issues show cause notice to Amnesty India. Amnesty India show caused for FEMA violations. Penalty of 51.72 crores and rupees 10 crore penalty on former CEO Akar Patel. All right, viewers, a big news break coming in right now. A massive cloud burst has been reported at Amarnath in Jammu and Kashmir. News coming in, unfortunate, 5 feared dead in the cloud burst is what we are given to understand. The cloud burst took place at the Amarnath shrine. Therefore, the 5 dead in all probability, viewers, are devotees who had gone there for darshan or obeisance. These are visuals that are coming in. What we are given to understand, there's been a huge cloud burst which has happened in Amarnath, and the situation right now, there's a flood type situation in the area is what we are given to understand. There's been a cloud burst, and in that, which has caused flash floods, 5 Amarnath Yatris are feared dead. Rescue operations are underway. We're trying to get in more details in terms of what is the latest situation. There have been some that have been reported injured, but these are visuals that are coming in from the Amarnath Yatra. Exactly on what part of the Yatra did the cloud burst happen? Right now, apparently it's very close to the Amarnath Shrine Cave where this incident has taken place. 5 have been feared dead. Rescue operations are on. The cloud burst apparently led to flash floods of sorts in the area. We're going to get in more information, but because these are the first visuals that are coming in from Amarnath, Jammu and Kashmir. There has been a cloud burst. 5 pilgrims are confirmed dead, unfortunately. It took place, the cloud burst, close to the shrine area. So that's the final end of the journey of the pilgrim to Amarnath. That's where it's taken place. All right, these are more visuals and more pictures that continue to filter in. 5 Amarnath pilgrims are unfortunately dead in the cloud burst is what is being reported. As information continues to come in, there's been over the last 24 hours incessant rain in the area, and which led to a cloud burst next to the Amarnath shrine or close to the Amarnath shrine, which in turn, viewers, caused flash floods immediately. 5 have been confirmed dead. All 5 of them, unfortunately, are pilgrims that had gone there, devotees for darshan at the Amarnath cave. This information just filtering in. We're going to try and cut across to our reporter, get a larger understanding on what exactly has taken place. But I am connecting to my colleague Ashraf, who's joining us. Ashraf, these are terrifying visuals that are coming in of a cloud burst near the Amarnath cave. It's happened before, twice as well, in the year 2021. But can you give us more details that are coming in at this point of time? What exactly has happened? Are more feared dead? 5 pilgrims is what the count is right now. Take us through the latest.
Absolutely, this was a cloud burst which has hit just behind the holy Amarnath cave, and all the flash flood has made its way through the tented area where mostly the pilgrims stay during the night and during the day. Through that area, the flash went away towards the main canal which passes through in front of the Amarnath cave. In that flash flood, many people got trapped. 5 of them have been reportedly feared dead, and many are injured. But one thing is there was not too much crowd of the people, as the restrictions by the Amarnath Shrine Board are for the limited number of pilgrims near the holy cave, which varies from 3,000 to 5,000 only, because there is the capacity only for this number of pilgrims who can stay there for night or can offer the darshan, because it is a huge and hilly area at the altitude of 13,500 feet above sea level. There was a prediction about the cloud burst as well as the bad weather from 6th of July, but on 6th and 7th there was not any heavy rain in the area, but today afternoon there was some rainfall, and finally a cloud burst which hit near the cave area, Holy Amarnath cave area, in which these 5 pilgrims all are feared dead. But there are the arrangements early made by the Jammu and Kashmir government as well as by the army. There are rescue teams which had been put on different spots, including the Holy Amarnath cave, which includes the trained NDRF teams as well as the state disaster management teams from Jammu and Kashmir police. They are helping all those people who are who are trapped in that flash flood or who are getting any kind of effect from that. So the rescue at high swing, and only the good news is that there is not raining in the area. It was the cloud burst which resulted the flash flood. In that flash flood, many tents.
All right, okay, Ashraf. There are 2 base camps through which these pilgrims were going in for the darshan at the Amarnath cave. But 2 days ago itself, Ashraf, the yatra was put on hold because of a cloud burst, which of course didn't cause that much damage, but this time around it did. Give us details.
Yes, absolutely. The yatra has been suspended after this cloud burst because it has the narrow track from the both sides, including from Pahalgam as well as from the Baltal. When this cloud burst took place, all the base stations from the Panchtarni as well as from the Sangam, which is the nearest point from the Baltal area, and the Panchtarni point, which is the nearest one from the Pahalgam trek, both have been informed that no further pilgrims should be allowed to move towards the Holy Amarnath cave till the area is being cleared and all the pilgrims who are stationed there are taken to the safety. And in fact, now we have seen in the visuals that how this cloud burst resulted the flash flood and passed through the main tented area, which is the accommodation for all those pilgrims who visit this holy cave. One thing interesting, Preeti, what our viewers could understand, that this is a very volatile area. This is the altitude of 13,500 feet above sea level. And that is why there are so many precautions, registration as well as the medical certificates required for this annual pilgrimage of the Hindus here in the Amarnath. There are within the movements, weather changes here. In the summer months, it could happen the snowfall in the area as it is at high altitude and also in the periphery of the Himalayas. That is why
we are having a bit of an audio problem. We're going to correct it. Stay with me. I'm going to take our viewers through these latest visuals that are coming in. Viewers, these are visuals that are coming in from near the Amarnath cave, the Amarnath Yatra. I believe right now the Yatra has been suspended for how many days, especially after this tragedy. We are going to be trying to get in information on that. But terrifying visuals that came in. You can see the base camp there. Flash floods resulting after a cloud burst. 5 pilgrims right now are dead. Many are injured. Some. I want to connect right now immediately to Sunil G. Bhatt, who's also joining us with more information as it filters in. You know, Sunil, 2 days ago, the Amarnath Yatra was suspended due to a cloud burst. Then no tragedy happened in terms of fatalities. This time around, 5 pilgrims are feared dead. We're going to confirm the identity of these 5, verify it before we even give these names out. You know, huge tragedy. But what is the latest on ground, Sunil? Are many still feared, trapped? What are you picking up from your sources?
Well, Triji...
Sunil, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Go ahead, Sunil.
Well, indeed, very tragic news is coming in. The cloud burst has occurred near the holy cave of Lord Shiva at the Amarnath shrine, and it has resulted in flash floods. And the sad news is that 5 pilgrims are feared to be dead. The administration is on its job. NDRF, SDRF teams are being sent to the spot. to ensure that if there are any trapped pilgrims, they could be saved, their lives could be saved. But indeed, it's a very tragic incident that has happened. In the last few days, the weather has been very inclement, and that is why at many occasions the yatra was stopped. But somehow today there was a cloud burst and it resulted in flash floods. We have been speaking to the authorities. They are saying that they are trying their level best to ensure that there is no further casualty in this tragic incident. That is why rescue teams are being sent to the spot, whether it's the SDRF or the NDRF. Teams are being sent to the spot where the cloud burst has occurred. We have been speaking to the top officials. They are saying that the yatra has been stopped in view of the inclement weather. Now they are trying their best to ensure that there is no further loss of lives. Teams are being sent to the spot so that they can carry out the rescue operations, and it remains to be seen that how many people are trapped there in the flood.
All right, Sunil, stay with me. I'm going to cut across back to Ashraf if we have him. Ashraf, all right, we're going to try and connect back to Ashraf. Sunil, we are not going to give out the identity of the pilgrims who have unfortunately been killed in the flash floods which has taken place after the cloud burst. But are we getting in a sense that the fatalities could rise as we continue to verify the names that are coming in right now of those who have died?
Well, it's pretty too early to say anything about, the further casualties. But what we are, getting from our sources in the administration, they are saying that there are people who are missing. So that's
I'm going to just come in, and the reason we are doing so is let's cut across to the latest that we are getting in right now. Let's cut across to a sister concern आज तक, NDRF official speaking.
जिस वक्त बादल फटा और ये सैलाब आया, कुल कितने लोगों की मौजूदगी थी शिविरों में?
ये भी कंफर्म्ड रिपोर्ट नहीं है, लेकिन वहाँ भीड़ काफी रहती है। मैं पहले वहाँ काम कर चुका हूँ कश्मीर में
जी,
तो आशा है कि इसमें बहुत लोग प्रभावित नहीं हुए होंगे, लेकिन हम उसमें काम में जुड़ रहे हैं और आसपास की टीमें भी वहाँ शामिल हो रही हैं।
अभी शाम के 7:11 का वक्त हो रहा है, वहाँ पर तो अंधेरा हो गया होगा। किस तरह की चुनौती आप लोगों के सामने है इस रेस्क्यू को लेकर?
चुनौती मौसम की भी रहेगी और वहाँ की टेरेन, जो वहाँ का एक ज्योग्राफी है, वो डिफिकल्ट एरिया है, ऊंचाई भी काफी है वहाँ। तो ये चुनौतियों के लिए लेकिन हमारे लड़के तैयार हैं, क्योंकि काफी समय से वहाँ तैनात हैं, उनको उस जगह की वाकफियत भी है और ऑल्टीट्यूड से भी उनका एक्लिमेटाइजेशन हो चुका है। कुछ बेसिक इक्विपमेंट उनके पास है, इक्विपमेंट की जरूरत भी हम मुआयना कर रहे हैं, एडिशनल इक्विपमेंट को भेजने का भी प्रबंध हम करेंगे अगर जरूरत पड़ेगी तो।
जो श्रद्धालु वहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, यकीनन उनके घर वालों के सामने इस खबर के सामने आने के बाद सबसे बड़ा सवाल यह है कि अपने लोगों से संपर्क कैसे किया जाए? क्या कोई हेल्पलाइन नंबर भी आप लोगों की ओर से जारी किया जाएगा?
हेल्पलाइन नंबर नॉर्मली स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का रहता है, जो श्री अमरनाथ जी श्राइन बोर्ड का हेल्पलाइन नंबर रहता है। तो मेरा उनसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि वो उसके साथ संपर्क में रहें और एनडीआरएफ को जो इंफॉर्मेशन इस जगह से मिलती रहेगी उसको हम वहाँ श्री अमरनाथ जी श्राइन बोर्ड के कंट्रोल रूम में देते रहेंगे, तो वहां से उनको सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन प्राप्त हो पाएगी।
ये बिल्कुल वहीं की तस्वीरें इस वक्त हमारे दर्शक देख रहे हैं, जहां पर शिविर बनाए गए थे श्रद्धालुओं के रुकने के लिए। बिल्कुल बीचों बीच से ये सैलाब बह रहा है, जैसा कि हम तस्वीरों में देख पा रहे हैं, और शाम 5:30 बजे ये स्थिति वहां पर बनी। अतुल जी,
हाँ, ये अभी की इंफॉर्मेशन है, तो इसमें हम अभी तो पहले काम शुरू कर रहे हैं, फिर आपको बताएंगे वहाँ क्या क्या स्थिति डेवलप होती है।
यहाँ से लोगों को रेस्क्यू करके कहाँ पर लेकर जाया जाएगा?
आसपास काफी कैंप्स हैं, दोनों रास्तों पे, बालताल की तरफ भी कैंप्स हैं और पंचतरनी की तरफ भी हमारे बड़े कैंप्स हैं। पैरामिलिट्री की काफी वहाँ हाजिरी दोनों मार्गों पे रहती है, तो ले जाने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी। और पंचतरनी में हेलीपैड भी रहता है, जो घायल है उनको ले जा पाएंगे हम लोग।
अभी पहलगाम और बालटाल मौसम खराब होने की वजह से वहां से जो हेलीकॉप्टर से लोग जाना चाह रहे थे अमरनाथ, बिल्कुल नजदीक पास तक जहां तक जाती है हेलीकॉप्टर, तो उसको रोक दिया गया था क्योंकि मौसम खराब था। इस तरह की स्थिति आगे भी बनी रह सकती है, इस तरह के संकेत हैं। ऐसे में फिर आप लोगों की आगे की स्ट्रैटेजी क्या होगी ताकि लोगों को सुरक्षित ये यात्रा करवाई जा सके?
इन दोनों मार्गों पे जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस की माउंटेन रेस्क्यू टीम भी हमारे साथ रहती है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की पुलिस की टीम भी रहती हैं और पैरामिलिट्री की भी काफी हाजिरी रहती है, बीएसएफ सीआरपीएफ की भी। तो मेडिकल की असिस्टेंस वहाँ अच्छी मात्रा में रहती है और जवान काफी अच्छी मात्रा में हमारी हाजिरी रहती है। तो अगर फिजिकली भी उठा के ले जाना पड़ेगा तो उसके लिए हम तैयार हैं।
अब तस्वीरें लगातार हमारे दर्शक देख रहे हैं। एक बार फिर से मैं चाहूंगी, चूंकि जिनके घर वाले इस वक्त अमरनाथ यात्रा के लिए गए हुए हैं वो बहुत ज्यादा परेशान होंगे, उनकी जानकारी के लिए आप बताएं किस तरह से रेस्क्यू किया जा रहा है, उनको लेकर कहां जाया जाएगा और सुरक्षित यात्रा हो सके इसके लिए किस तरह की तैयारी है?
अभी तो पहले हम इस स्थिति का पूरा इंफॉर्मेशन लेना चाहेंगे अपनी टीम से जो वहाँ पहुंच चुकी है, उसके बाद हम इसके बारे में और आपको बता पाएंगे। लेकिन हमारी पहली प्रायोरिटी यही है कि हम जितनी अधिक से अधिक टीमें हैं हमारी राज्य सरकार की और पैरामिलिट्री की, उनको इसमें शामिल करेंगे ताकि राहत कार्य इमीडिएटली पूरा हो पाए।
एनडीआरएफ और एसडीआरएफ के जवान लगे हुए हैं रेस्क्यू के लिए, राहत कार्यों के लिए?
हाँ बिल्कुल, एनडीआरएफ की माउंटेन रेस्क्यू टीम्स हैं, जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस की भी माउंटेन रेस्क्यू टीम्स हैं और सब इसमें शामिल हो रहे हैं।
और अभी अमरनाथ यात्रा में कुल कितने श्रद्धालु जो हैं उस यात्रा के लिए वहां पर मौजूद हैं?
आमतौर पे जो हम देखते हैं अप्रोक्सीमेटली 15,000 के आसपास की एक परमिट रहती है दोनों तरफ से, 7,500 पिछले कुछ दिनों में इससे संख्या इसी के आसपास की रही है। आज की संख्या का मुझे ख्याल नहीं है, लेकिन शुरू के दिनों में इतनी संख्या हो जाती है।
चलिए, बहुत शुक्रिया। अतुल करवाल जी हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए थे।
All right, viewers, that's the latest that is coming in. We just spoke a short while ago, our sister concerned to the NDRF DG, and he has said that every possible way help is being extended to what we are witnessing right now, a huge tragedy, terrifying visuals coming in right now. Viewers, what we are given to understand, 5 pilgrims are confirmed dead. Prayers with the Amarnath Yatris as I speak. Rescue operations on a war footing that are taking place. You can see right on your television screen flash floods that have taken place, completely washing away the tents in one of the base camps there. 5 pilgrims are confirmed dead in these flash floods is what we are given to understand. I want to cut across back to my colleague Sunil Ji as we take our viewers through this huge tragedy that has taken place. An indication of that was, in any case, we was given just 2 days ago where there was a cloud burst in a similar area. Now the Amarnath Yatra then was suspended. It only started just 24 hours ago, and what you see right now is mayhem. A cloud burst which has led to a rivulet type of a situation. You can see actually flowing through the camps. This is a base camp on your television screen, viewers. You can see all the tents there, 25 of them is what information right now we have been washed away with the current of the flash floods caused by this cloud burst. Sunil Ji is still with me. We're going to try and get more input from him on what we are expecting. Sunil Ji, is the army also going to be brought in for rescue operations? We've seen them step in earlier.
Well, Preeti, I think that step would be taken also shortly. But so far, what we have learned that the police control room has requested SDRF and NDRF to send their teams, and already they are on their way to the spot. And the water came from both the sides, as we can see in the visuals. And I have spoken to some officials. They have said that there were a few langars which were organized by some social organizations. Those langars have been washed away, but it remains to be seen that how many people were inside those tents. It remains to be seen, and the actual count of the injured or the people who have been washed away
To sound alarmist,
not known yet.
Sunil Ji, we don't want to sound alarmist at this point of time, but we've got to put the facts out there, and there are indications which suggest, yes, 5 have been confirmed dead, but there are numbers that are slowly being confirmed. We're not going to put a number on it, but there are those, and the numbers rising of those who have been washed away or are missing right now, Sunil. Isn't that correct?
Well, Preeti, we have got the information that many people, are missing who were there in those tents. They are missing, and the rescue operation is on to trace them. But clearly, it's a very tragic news that has come in, and all the agencies are right now, working to ensure that all those who are missing could be located, could be traced.
So, viewers, these more visuals continue to come. The devastation, terrifying at that. You can see a vehicle which was completely overturned. while rescue operations on a war footing. The NDRF, the SDF have all stepped in. We are given to understand that the army would also now be called in shortly to assist these rescue operations. What you see on your television screen is not actually a river. This has been caused by the flash floods, especially after there's been a cloud burst. There is a huge gush of water which it brings with it, which has led to the formation of this river which is cutting through one of the base camps. You know, I'm going to try and get our viewers a larger understanding. Many of our viewers might have family that is possibly stuck right now in Amarnath. They've gone for the Amarnath pilgrimage. There are usually two camps through which pilgrims stay, and from there on they go for darshan to the Amarnath cave. Sunil, I want to bring you back into this conversation. Can you take our viewers through which is the camp that has been the most affected in terms of the cloud burst?
Well, Preeti, the information that we have got so far is that it's near the Baltar area that this, cloud burst has occurred, and there have been flash floods. So since this, area is a very hilly area, and it will take some time for the rescue teams to actually, start the rescue operations. But nevertheless, there is presence of, security forces there near the Holy Cave, and they have already started to carry out the rescue operation. But more expertise needs to be there on ground, and that is why we can see that there is an order from the police control room which has asked the SDRF and NDRF to immediately move to the cloudburst site, and already they are on their way, and some of them have already reached there. But it's going to take time, and it remains to be seen that the actual number of the people who are missing, but the reports that are coming in from Amarnath are very, worrisome. There are a few reports which say that there was presence of people there in the tents, and there could be, the casualty toll can rise, and some people are missing. They could have been washed away because of the floods that have been triggered by this cloud burst. So it's going to be a Herculean task for the administration as well as for the rescue teams as well. So far, the confirmation is that 5 people are dead, and the rescue operations have begun, and the authorities are trying their level best to trace the missing people. But in the last few days, the weather has been inclement in that entire area. It has been raining cats and dogs, and that is why Yatra was suspended day before yesterday also. Then again, there was some improvement in the weather. It again began, but then again it started raining. So weather is playing a spoil spot in this Yatra, but tragically this time there have been floods, and
Sunil, continue to get us more information. I'm going to come right back to you. I just want to encapsulate for our viewers on this massive tragedy that has taken place at very near to the Amarnath cave. What we are given to understand right now, at about 5:30 p.m. this evening, viewers, there was a cloud burst very close to the Amarnath cave, which led to massive flash floods, which resulted... All right, I want to cut across to Mr. Dilbag Singh, DGP, JNK. He's joining us live. Sir, appreciate you taking the time out and joining us. What are the latest details that you can tell us, sir, on the huge tragedy that has taken place in Amarnath, which has led to 5 pilgrims being killed? What more can you tell us, sir?
Yeah, it was around Aarti time. People were going up for the Aarti in that. It was already desolate, and some of the people were taking shelter in the tents and numbers. When a heavy fall of water suddenly came, it was a cloud burst that began by mountain range, and water came in the form of a colony. Initially, 2 dead bodies, 2 people who got washed away, the dead bodies were recovered. 3 tents were damaged, and 3 langars were damaged, and a couple of other tents also which were along the route were damaged. Rescue operation by SDRF, by NDRF, by JNK police, by all the forces is on. 2 dead bodies have been recovered. We had also recovered some injured people. Now rain has slowed down, and we have got the chopper service restored. Emergency chopper landing has taken place, and 2 injured persons stand already evacuated to Baltal camp for further treatment. 2 dead bodies have been recovered. more people must have got injured. Our rescue parties are walking all along the track and looking for them. So far, confirmation of 2 dead bodies were recovered earlier. 2 more are suspected to be around. So therefore, 4 dead bodies so far are reported. 4 casualties are reported. 2 injured people. 2 injured people stand evacuated by helicopter to the safer location, to the hospital. So that's about all that we have as of now. Rain has slowed down and people have been evacuated to safer locations.
So you're saying till now you're confirming 4 dead, 2 injured. Are the casualties, the fatalities expected to rise? Can you tell us how serious is the situation right now in terms of the relief and rescue operations? Because the rain has stopped, but the cloudburst has anyway led to this massive flash flood situation, which we can see.
Yeah, that's there, but it's a flash flood situation also is now better. Water level has come down. There's a lot of slush around. The casualties were basically because of that heavy slush and stones that came along with the water from the nearby mountain. 2 langars, as I said, got fully damaged. The langars came under the debris, and there were some people taking rest inside the langar. That's the place where damage took place, where the casualties took place. We are still in a search and rescue operation. The situation is very well under control now. There's nothing much more to panic about this particular situation. People have been evacuated to the higher areas where the tents are available. Some of the
are people still missing?
I can't say at this point in time. I can only say about the people who've been recovered. But the flow of water is much down now. I don't think there'll be much of more loss on that count, but we won't be able to commit as of now.
Right.
Maybe that some more people must have got injured. So our operation is on, so therefore one would be able to say only when the operation is over. 4 casualties so far, 4 casualties and 2 injured have been evacuated down to the base camp hospital.
Right. So, there'll be a lot of people who are listening in to this broadcast who might have relatives stuck in Amarnath. Can you give us an understanding which base camp was the most affected? Where exactly is this location where this flash flood has taken place?
So there's no base camp as such. There is this camp is right in front of the Holy Cave. There's a plain patch where we have a tented colony. It was right in front of the Holy Cave on both sides of the track. And that is the place where we normally have and usually have the tented colonies and langars and other services like emergency medical service and the police and security forces camps are all set up on both sides of the track. And this track was very close to the central colony and the water that came in the form of a steam and heavy dust that came in between the tented colony. So that is how a couple of langars and tents got buried down the debris, where people got injured, and as I said, 4 casualties have taken place right in front of the Holy Cave, not away from the Holy Cave.
So you're saying 4 casualties that have taken place right in front of, the Holy Cave that you're telling us. Is there a number?
This area is around 500 yards, 500 to 600 yards away from the Holy Cave. It's a plain patch down the stream and down the track from where we go up for the Holy Cave and for darshan. And the timing was around evening hours when people were moving up, and some of them, because of the rain, was taking shelter inside the tents and inside the langars.
Sir, do tell us, is there a number that can be reached by those whose family is really worried and they can't reach their loved ones who might be stuck there because there is a connectivity issue as well? Are you going to give out a helpline, a number that we can also start flashing?
I think SASB, most of the numbers would be available at the SSB help site. SASB site is there where all the Jatra facilities and all the alerts for the Jatra are flashed for the Jatris and for the people who are concerned with the Jatra. So that's the one place where they can straightway go and have a look. And the second is at Baltal and at Pahalgam, both the places we got our joint control rooms. So anybody interested in having any information about this can contact the joint police control rooms. I'll request my people concerned to put up those numbers for sake of the general people.
Are you evacuating the injured to a particular camp? Where are they being taken, sir? Especially, the tents that have been washed away, all the pilgrims, where are they being evacuated to?
See, most of the tents are intact. It's very few number of tents which have got damaged. Most of the tents are intact, and we have nearby camps. There's a camp at Sangam, there's a camp at Pancharni. Very small number of people stay at the Holy Cave during the night. Most of them go back after the Yatra, after the Darshan, to Pancharni and to Baltal. We have adequate number of tents available at Pancharni. Lots and lots of available space is available in those tents at Pancharni. There's lots of space available even at the Holy Cave. Around 3,000 people can be accommodated right at the Holy Cave also. But some of the tents which have got damaged, we are shifting them to Pancharni and to Sangam. There are two places close to the Holy Cave where we have got our alternate camps, and there's a lot of space available at Pancharni. As of now, situation is very well under control. Helicopter service has resumed. We have already evacuated the injured people from the Holy Cave to the base hospital at Baltal. Situation is very well under control. Whatever damage has taken place, unfortunately, those debris and all around the langars are being cleared. Any more losses, no report is available as of now. If somebody is still buried under the debris or somebody is still missing, those things would be available only after the operation is over. But so far, all the troops, all the forces which are deployed there, including the civilian agencies and everybody is on the job. They have rescued most of the people who were injured, and unfortunately the 4 who were dead. Our rescue operation is still on, and the more details would be available after the operation is over.
Sir, appreciate you joining us. Thank you for taking out the time. I want to now cut across to Mr. Vivek Pandey, ITBP PRO. He joins us. Mr. Pandey, 5 are feared dead. 4 have anyway, we just got a confirmation right now. Can you give us a number? How many exactly are feared dead? How many injured? Are there any, confirmation on those who are missing?
Not exactly, because what is happening right now that we are keeping a close eye to the flowing water. Many of the, the debris and all, there are certain belongings which are flowing, and 4 to 5 people have been, taken out of the water. There may be chances that some people may have been, washed away. So one has to be very, very cautious to see whether they are alive or otherwise or missing. So right now, no such figures are with us. We are actually monitoring the entire situation. We have 2-3 companies who have been actually doing the rescue work down the stretch of that particular river and the Nala, the tributary, which suddenly erupted. Right now, what is in the offing that what we are doing, that we are shifting the people to the upper reaches, not to come close to the river body, and most of the people have been evacuated from the scene. So we are observant, and we see that the rain has stopped. It's very necessary to actually see those people who have been, whose tent has been washed away. So what we are doing right now is to take them to the safer places and keeping them safe. The water level, as I speak, the rain has stopped, so we feel that the water level will recede. And actual number will be coming out shortly, because all the agencies are actually looking at, because this 2 to 3 kilometers of stretch we have to look, because the water has suddenly erupted, and there may be chances that in the tents also there may be some people who have been actually taken out, not taken out. So that has to be seen. Though the numbers there at the Holy Cave and the lower cave area, because it was evening and proper light was available at that point of time. So people have been, made aware, and with the help of loudspeakers and whistles and shouting, we have been able to actually keep them safe. Our forces are also safe. So let us see that the casualties are less what we are presuming right now.